to the show today, children. I hope... Boy howdy do I hope this mic isn't crackling, but boy howdy do I also have no idea if it is or not. There's that. There's that. We're doing it. It's happening. It's all working. I'm popping out and showing YouTube chat. Hello, Xavier. Hello, Hellcat. Hello, Rat Fan. Hello, Marine. So that's at least the first of our roasties here today. Marine, I know that you are going today. And then I think we have a fuller than normal Ixie Studios. That is the second roastie of today. You are technically going before Marine. No, you're not. I copy pasted wrong. Marine is going first. So we're looking for Marine, which we have. We're looking for Ixie Studios, which we have. We're looking for Lord Xavier, which we have. We have 3 of the, I think, 5 roasties that we're doing today here with us right now. Now, there's one roastie. Well, there's actually 2 outstanding roasties whose names I do not know. And that is definitely not my fault. It's definitely not my fault. I'll tell you why. We can blame this on the people who gave me money and not on me. There's one outstanding person. Aegis Athene, thank you for gifting a tier 1 sub. Welcome back to Dog Heaven. And Chesabel, thank you for the tier 1 sub for the 3rd month in a row. Welcome back to the dog home. There's one roastie. There's one other outstanding roastie who submitted or who purchased a commission on Patreon. And then if they filled out the form, their name on the form and their email on the form does not match their handle on Ko-Fi, not Patreon. That's my misstep. I'll flog myself later for it. But anyway, so we have somebody who made a purchase on Ko-Fi and then none of their continuing on information matches what they filled out on the Google form. So I have like no idea who that is. So let me pull up their name so that we can call it out like a fucking Ouija board. Tardis, how do you donate to the Ko-Fi? It is just ko-fi.com/malltown. However, for the deck roasting, because I've had a few people just donate like random sums of money and be like, here's my deck. That don't work. We sell commissions. There's a commissions tab. You're not going to see any right now because they're sold out. But if you just want to donate money to me, that is incredibly kind of you. And that's just ko-fi.com/malltown. And then somebody else on TikTok asking, do you think there's a way to build anti-venom without being too scummy? Immediately, yes. I think it would be difficult to make anti-venom scummy. This guy is super whatever. This dude's not even like... He's got that anime shonen energy, but he's not even Goku. Because he just doesn't take damage and gets bigger. He's like one of those gimmick anime characters where it's like every time you hit me, I only grow more powerful, and the protagonist has to figure out a way to like overload him with an energy blast. And in Commander, that's just they kill you directly. This is super not scummy at all. Even if you do the trick where you give him an enchantment that redirects all damage being done to you to him, that's still not scummy. If they cannot fucking kill this guy, bounce this guy, prevent this guy from attacking, destroy an enchantment, make you lose life instead of take damage, whatever, they deserve this. Stand tall, be proud, you're fair. Goddamn doodles. Hey, Mald, can I go first? I have a conflict that suddenly came up. Well, now you can't go first, and I'm keeping your money. How do you feel about that? Yes, of course you can, Xavier. Of course you can. Lemonade mouth ass statement. What the... What? Hello, Scrambles Fox. Welcome to the stream. What does this mean? Lemonade mouth is a show? Oh no, this is a band. Oh. Oh, it's this type of band. Oh, this is a movie. What? Oh, it's a Disney movie about a boy band. Oh, not a boy band. About a fucking tween band. Holy shit. How old are you, dog? Like, I'm ancient, and that one whizzed by me. What the fuck are you on? You got a 401k? I'm 27? Lies. Absolute lies. Good morning, Wolf Slays. Welcome to the stream. Let me pop up YouTube chat. Dale, thank you for joining the dog home on YouTube for the 9th month. Father Mauld, I seek your advice on who I should build to inflict on my bracket 4 pod. Kratos or Indoraptor? I think Indoraptor, mainly because Kratos isn't going to be able to do fucking anything. I know Veggie is really hot on Kratos, and I think Kratos is very cool, and I think he's very fun, and I don't think he's that good. Especially in bracket 4. If your Kratos deck is working, the only reason your Kratos deck is working is because you got like turn 1 or turn 2 Blood Moon. That's it. If you because in bracket 4 you basically have to go stacks, and unless you just stacks out every combo player's attempt by turn 2 or 3, Kratos is probably not going to do very much for you. I think Kratos would be a lot better in bracket 3. Kratos gets better and better the more solitaire play is being helped, and so actually Kratos is the best in bracket 2. Because bracket 2 is now the like full solitaire bracket, and Kratos is the guy to make that funky without like ending the game too quickly. Since when was bracket 4 combo hell? Since it existed. It might be different for your specific pod, but that's been my experience with it. That's been the experience of my friends with it. It is like, well, bracket 4 is kind of... Bracket 4 has to live in the middle of, it has fringe CEDH combo decks, and then it has really, really bad commanders that people think become optimized if you put Chrome Mox in, like Kratos. That's bracket 4. Okay. DMC, thank you for the 100-bit cheer. I'm still salty that they're locking aggro out of every bracket but 4+. I mean, that's not true. I'm still working on the script for my takedown of the new bracket system, but we gotta be real. This is not a ban on aggro in the lower brackets. It is a, you need to ask permission. And from a utilitarian sense, that does make a certain kind of sense, particularly for Gen Pop, because guess what? Nobody wants to fucking play against aggro. Nobody does. If people don't like it. Most people don't like it. And so if we're talking about how to build a system, in which people can play the games that they want to play, particularly at more casual levels, it makes sense for the aggro player to have to ask permission. I think it's stupid in the sense that I think I think they are protecting a way of thinking that leads you to having less fun overall, but I can understand how that can be seen as old man yelling at clouds. Like, I think if you really don't want to play against aggro, I think that is a skill issue, and I think you are having less fun, not just in Magic, but in your entire life for not wanting to play against it. I want to be clear about that. Even as I say that, very old man yelling at clouds opinion. Some people, and that's because I just like, I fully do not understand or agree with the idea that everybody should do their thing. I think that is the worst idea that is in the Magic community. I think it is stupid. I think if you attempt to adhere to it, you are ruining your own games. I dislike it heavily. But if you get 4 people who all think that way, I'm not trying to fucking thought police them. And if you get 4 people like that who all really don't want to play aggro, why am I telling them how to have fun? If I'm in that game, if I'm in that game and I'm like, yeah, aggro's cool with me, and they go, oh, well, aggro's not cool with me. I wanted to play bracket 2 actually. I would be like, oh, we're not playing together. No hate, no disrespect, but like we're not going to enjoy that game of Commander. It's going to be a nothing game. It's going to be us just like looking it's going to be us just like looking at our cards and then somebody being like, "I think I won." Also, Otto, thank you for the 3 months at tier 2, my friend. Welcome back to the dog home. Xavier, can you give me how long do you have? How early do we need to curtail the vamping? Um so like Martin, yes they should. Sunday noon Pacific. This is so weird that some people have these takes. If you don't like the game holistically, do you even like it? See, that's where I'm at though. I like it. I don't like the game holistically. I hate standard. Pioneer bounced me like a trampoline. And that was one of the things that makes me like the new bracket system more, is the ability to differentiate yourself into the bracket you actually want to play. There are so few games in the world that I like the entire game. That's such a high bar. That's such a high bar. I can't think of. And there's a spectrum of this, so I'm going to try to avoid exaggerating your statement too hard for the sake of dunking. But when we talk about like liking the, I don't necessarily mean formats, I mean the methods of winning the game. These are integral portions of the game. I think you can find clear allegories for that in basically like every other game that mixes casual competitive. Because think about Smash Bros. And how we all call projectile characters bitches if we're not in a tournament. And to dislike them is kind of like forfeiting majority of the game. Yeah. I think a important way to think about it, we're going to shitty MS Paint hours now. An important way to think about it is like, you're talking about, oh my god, these people are giving up, let's say 66%. You're giving up 2/3 of the game. That's so crazy. That's so crazy and fucked up, and why would you do that? And the reason they're doing it is because the circle is bigger than the fucking earth. This is all of game. This is the entirety of game. And in Commander, they're saying, yeah, I don't like half of this. I don't like 2/3 of this. I don't like 3/4 of this. I don't like most of this. You're still left, whatever slice of game you still play with is still so fucking much in a game like Magic. The game is genuinely too big, in my opinion, for there to be a realistic expectation that most people enjoy the game holistically. It's like saying I don't want to play against Rock as a scissors player. That's not true. See, that is where you're comparing it to a game that is very small. And that's why it's very different in Commander. Like, we can distill archetypes down to, aggro control mid-range, but it is disingenuous to say that Commander is a small and very narrow game. It is massive. It is massive. It's like saying I hate snow biomes in Minecraft. I don't play enough Minecraft to know how much of the map snow biomes cover, but I do agree with that. I think that is a more accurate thing if it is entirely possible to play a Minecraft server and never walk on a snow biome. And you miss out on part of the game, but you can still play, I don't know, a third of the game, half of the game. That's what they're doing. I don't agree with that on a personal level. I think people who are doing that on a personal level are shutting themselves off from greater enjoyment. Um, the difference is the snow biome isn't another player. Is that a meaningful difference, though? I think the only meaningful difference with that is if you are the snow biome, if you are the aggro player, now you feel slighted because you need to ask permission. But also, if this is a person who is going to say, "No, I don't want you to play aggro," is that a game you wanted to be in anyway? Like, this is not about to convert a bunch of people who are currently fine with aggro into disliking aggro. I think that is a fake undercurrent that is getting kind of like assumed. Um, what this is going to do is make all the people who already dislike aggro feel more empowered to state their preference. And I think that leads to less bad games. I think that leads to less negative games overall because every game in which somebody says, "Hey, could you not play that actually though?" Um I don't think it would have been a good game to begin with. Like, I think you would have had time. We're talking about the changes to the bracket system with respect to aggro and the idea that aggro is banned because it's not banned at all, but it is. You have to ask permission now. Again, Pale Moonlight, we're talking about it like this is a rule when what it means is you have to ask your play group if it's okay. That's the rule. It's like if if you sit down at a table and you go, I want to play aggro. I think it's healthy if we throw hands in bracket 2, and the 3 people at the table go, yeah, I agree with that. Hey, guess what? That's the rule now. That's the rule. Same goes for Voltron. And if you sit down with people and you tell them, hey, my deck can win on turn 4 in bracket 3, not win, sorry. In bracket 3, my deck can knock people out on turn 4 because it's a Voltron deck, and everyone goes, oh no, I don't want to play against that. Is that the fault of the bracket system? If you get 3 people who go, I don't want to play against that, that's democracy, right? If you I think the only situation in which this like ban talk makes sense is the is in the world where you ask people like, hey, is it okay if I do this? And they go, well, I don't mind, but the bracket system says no, so I vote against you. If you find those people, bring them to me. And something like big dinos or elves can kill as fast as aggro, and that's looped in with the turn expectations. Like if your dino deck, like, let's also be clear, the internet was the ones who said aggro and Voltron first. It was not Gavin Verhey didn't get on the mic and go, fuck aggro. All my homies hate aggro. They said, if your deck is winning or killing people before this turn, it's probably not appropriate from the bracket, but if you think you're an exception, ask your table. And so if your big dino deck is killing people on turn 5 in bracket 2, that means, much like aggro, it's something you should be telling the people you're playing with against about. Would dinos and elves be considered aggro then? I would stop trying to frame it as aggro or not aggro. Don't worry about that. If we try to start applying a bunch of fucking archetype labels to it, it's never going to make any type of consistent sense. So it's basically Alpha Strike or nothing lame? That's not true. That's not true. These are like... We're talking as if having to ask your table a question before the game starts gets you shot in the head. Or we're like all of the statements about like, oh, this just isn't allowed now, makes the assumption that if you asked, everybody would say they didn't want to play against it, and in that case, why were you playing that fucking deck anyway? Like if the response to this is, oh, aggro's banned because if I ever went to my LGS and asked if I could play a deck that killed people earlier, I know all of them would say no. What the fuck are we even talking about then? Like, what are we? Okay. Like at that point, the bracket system cannot exist, and that can just be that's just a normal rule zero conversation where you were like, "Hey, can I bring this deck?" And they were like, "No, actually, we don't like that. That sounds shitty. Please don't." Wizards has always stated they want players to communicate with each other, and the more they adjust the bracket system, the more it becomes obvious that's what they want. Yeah, like I think the thing that I like the most about um the thing that I like the most about the bracket system is that it creates pain points in the rule zero conversation. I think you either I think you either create a pain point in rule zero and you force people to talk about it in rule zero, or you have a pain point in the game and people dislike the game because of it. Now we're getting to the heart of it. If people had to ask if they could play their Simic land value pile, I'd say no, but they don't have to ask. And somebody on YouTube said, I think the underlying upset is that the control players don't ask to play solitaire. You're wrong about it being control decks in bracket 2, but you are right about the solitaire thing. And I agree with the Simic land value pile thing. And this is why a big part of my video and a big part of my current feelings is I think bracket 2 is dog shit. I think that is a positive thing. I think that is a positive thing that it is sorting me into bracket 3. But I think the idea that we have a bracket where aggro has to ask permission and Simic Diddle myself doesn't have to ask permission is horrifying. I think that is awful. I think that is awful and stupid, and it makes me feel like every single game I play in that bracket would make me want to rip my eyes out. But that just means I never play bracket 2. Or I only play bracket 2 with my closest friends in the world, at which point I no longer care about the game being played. So I agree with you all. Like, it is unhealthy and stupid that the Tatyova player doesn't have to ask permission in bracket 2, but the Kratos player does. But I think that's a good thing about the bracket system. I think the system is working if it makes you feel strong opinions about the type of game you want to play. That is the system working. And it has made me feel very strong opinions about how much I don't want to play in bracket 2 and how much more I want to play in bracket 3. Oh my god, my clipper's dead. No. What do you mean restart Stream Deck, dog? Let me do the pre-roll ads. You can't get rid of bad actors, so the bracket system is useless. That's wrong. That's just wrong flat out, quite frankly. The idea that bad actors exist and therefore the system doesn't do anything is I pray for you, sir. Even if I don't believe in God, I'm going to pray to something I don't believe in on the hopes that it can teach you a little bit more critical thinking. Bad actors certainly detract from the effectiveness. But I have yet to see, and obviously this is because I have a fucking YouTube account and I could presumably put you on blast if you ever did this. I have yet to see one person, like, abuse the bracket system. And again, position of privilege, if you abused it in front of me, I would probably make a TikTok talking about you and you would get fucking embarrassed. But, like, the bracket system seems pretty effective at making people who are going to abuse it identify themselves. It gives now clearer metrics on, hey, we talked about this in the pregame, And now you're not doing it. What's up with that? It's fundamentally unfair. Go ask a grade schooler if some people having to ask permission but others don't. That feels like the biggest issue. See, now we've hit on it, which is I think that most Magic players are autistic, and this is pressing on the like hyper strong sense of universal justice a lot of autistic people have. That's what I think is happening. I think that a lot of us are like very poorly socialized and had to learn how to get through life by following rules super hardcore and by trying to like understand everything as is it fair or not. And this is a fundamentally unfair thing because Commander is a fundamentally unfair game. And we don't like that. How about you shut the hell up, man? I'm sorry, I'll shut up. My fault. Somebody clip this shit because I can't. God damn it. Wolf. Wolf. I think that's like 90% of it. Is the Magic community doesn't want to accept something that they feel. Hold on. Yeah, the Magic community doesn't want to accept something that they feel treats people differently because most of us have had to live our entire lives by trying to hyper focus on the idea of fairness. And I think an important thing to like you don't even have to be autistic for this to be a thing. Like the way that our God, I'm going to talk about society. The way that the world is set up for you from the time that you are born to when you have a hippocampus to when you get into school to when you get out of school and have a job, everything is set up around this like fake ideal of the world being fair. Is the just world fallacy. Things are just, hard workers get rewarded, bad actors get punished, yada 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 yada. So you don't even have to be autistic, but the world in which we live promotes the idea that fairness is the ultimate thing you can strive for. And we're like, well, what the fuck? This is obviously unfair. And it's like, yeah, it's more fun that way. Sucks. It's an unfair game. It's an unfair game that they are trying to organize in an unfair manner to end up with the most fun for the most people. Or not even most fun for the most people, but to give people the most tools to identify the games they want to play in. Odin, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to Doghouse. The one thing I dislike about the lower bracket is that it breeds too much of a safe space and prevents people from building better decks and play patterns. It prioritizes a 2 battleships passing in the wind type approach, and that is bad. And I agree wholeheartedly. I think it is stupid and lame. I think it is promoting negative play patterns. I think it is promoting whiners. I think it is promoting entitled people to feeling even more entitled to being allowed to win the game. And I think that sucks. And I also think it's not that deep. Unfortunately. That's how I feel about it. And that's why I'm just going to be a permanent bracket 3 player now. Is like... Yes, I think that sucks. I think a very important like hurdle or a chasm, a rickety bridge we're currently crossing in the Magic community is the tiers of how sweaty you are about this game used to be like either you were comp up at the top, you were competitive, or you played jank. That was the whole fucking pyramid. You played a competitive deck, or you played a jank deck in your like kitchen table 60 card games. And then we got Commander, which was basically jank with even more randomness. And now what we're adding in is the Gen Pop tier. And what's fucked up is we're going to keep adding more and more tiers at the bottom where people are taking the game less and less seriously, but more and more of them are playing because the barrier to entry is lower and lower and lower. And so, like, to the people who used to play comp, they look down at the Gen Pop bracket and they're like, holy fuck, what are you guys doing? Like, not only are you playing this game wrong, you are playing this game wrong in an incredibly prideful manner. Like, what the fuck? And you get a lot of people who, like, don't even, in my opinion, aren't even playing the game. They're literally just giving you a PowerPoint presentation about cards they think are cool. And I don't like that. I think that sucks. I don't enjoy that as a way to play this game. And I have seen people, the reason why I don't think it's that deep, I've seen people genuinely enjoy that. I have seen the joy on their dumb little faces as they do their fucking PowerPoint. And when I see that, my desire to enforce the right way to play the game falls apart. No, Engelhertz. And the barrier thing falls apart with Popper. You're talking about a different barrier. I am not talking about a financial barrier to entry. I'm talking about a skill barrier to entry. Like, Popper, unfortunately for you, Popper is the top of the pyramid. Pay no attention. Right, still takes skill. What? We're missing each other right now, brother. We're talking about totally different things. Like, yeah, Popper isn't played because it's not very cool. Popper's hyper sweaty, and we're adding things to the pyramid that are less and less and less sweaty. And so I think the Overton window on what is sweaty is going to keep changing, and every single time a new tier gets added to the bottom, everybody who's previously been in the pyramid is going to be like, why are we letting these fucking glue chewers play the game? Why these people are sick. They need medical attention. They need their stomach pumped. They have toxic chemicals in their tummy. That's not healthy. And all the people who are going to be down there are going to be like, nah, Elmer's is non-toxic, bro. This shit is delicious. And this cycle is going to repeat over and over and over. I have a friend who plays exactly like this. It's infuriating as someone who's trying to engage with them because, as you have said, Goku likes it when you fight back. Yeah, and what this is really exposing is many of us don't actually want to play Magic with each other. I apologize for the disgusting noise. I'd much rather get pub stomp or comboed out on turn 3 by a stronger deck than wait through 20-minute non-deterministic turns for a solitaire deck, but I'm never sure how to rule zero that conversation. See, Joshy Boy, that's actually great because that is now rule zeroed almost automatically by bracket 3 and bracket 4. The 20-minute non-deterministic turn clock, that is something that is genuinely, that's going to come with experience playing against different commanders. Because there's some commanders that I can look at it on the face and be like, this is fiddly. This is a fiddly commander. This is a commander that I know for a fact is going to have a lot of game actions. And at that point, it's just about building up the courage to ask somebody to not play it. Because that's one thing. Here's not even tinfoil hat theory. Here is some realness. The commander format panel is never going to weigh in on the individual user turn length issue because it is ableist. We all have in our heads, and we have all played in our pods with somebody who has no disability and is just fucking jorking themselves on the Magic table. But from their corporate position, They can never say blanket rule you are allowed to push back on people taking long turns, because there are people that are dyslexic. There are people that have vision issues. There are a million different conditions that make it difficult to play Magic quickly, and those people deserve to play fun Magic too. And so they cannot enforce it super heavily against the people who are just running up the clock for fun, because there are people who are doing their goddamn best and their eyes don't work. Their brain can't parse the letters in time, and they just need a little more time. Okay, we got to do another we gotta do, no, we don't have to do another ad break. Xavier, are you here? You should still have 40-ish minutes. Calling slow play isn't allowed anymore? No, it is, but I'm saying that there's a difference between you calling slow play at your table and Wizards of the Coast saying in a commander game you can't take more than 3 minutes a turn. That's what I'm speaking to right now. And I'm speaking to why they will never say you can only take this many minutes a turn. Inglehearts, I also don't think anyone is rushing those people. I'm saying that for Wizards to make a blanket statement, those people are going to get collateraled. PB and Batteries, thank you for the Prime sub. Welcome to the dog home, my friend. CJ, that's both true and doesn't really apply to Bracket 2 Commander. Bracket 2 Commander is like the lowest level of competition you can reach. They have timers on Arena. They're way too fucking slow, though. Arena timers in ranked should be half what they currently are. That's my hot take. I think when your turn starts, you should be burning the rope. I would play so much Arena if they had a blitz mode where the moment your turn started, your timer burnt down. Then I wouldn't fucking hate it. I would play the shit out of that mode. Exactly, PB. Is Bracket 2 not the most commonly played Magic now? It is, because of the way the inverse pyramid works. Every time you introduce a new tier of play that is less sweaty and has all these fucking collabs, it's gonna have more people playing it. That has nothing to do with the fact that I hate it and think it's wrong. But that's part of why I like the bracket system, because it allows those people to play the wrong and bad Magic that they want to play without me being fucking mean to them. And it prevents me from having to manage the emotions of somebody who wants to play this Magic while I'm up here playing real Magic. Okay, bathroom break. Lord Xavier's deck. Thank you for your patience, Xavier. Let's get into the show for today. Jay Moore of Cold Ice Cream Man, PB and Batteries. Thank you all very much for the Twitch follows. Welcome to the doghouse, my friend. TikTok, I'm sorry to say I've lost your goddamn chat window. I've been trying to find it in the background, low key, this whole time. And it's just fucking... Oh, here it is. I want to get into CDH, but not the same 5 things everyone does. Suggestions. Cheyenne, I'm sorry to say that's gonna have to be what you do. There's more than 5, but high-level CDH, very solved meta. If you're playing CDH with friends outside of a tournament, you can get a little bit freakier. There is not really anything you can do at the top level of this game that is going to be deeply and fundamentally different. Like, really and truly. It's all just aesthetic team sports mindset of, like, pretty much every deck is attempting to assemble some sort of loop. Pretty much every deck is attempting to use fast mana to get the resources for that loop, and then you execute that loop and you win. Yes, Shade, you're good there. Mauled, I want you to know that I started playing League again today, and though I have no solid reasoning for it, I'm going to blame you. Yeah! That's what I'm fucking talking about. Well, Cheyenne, you don't have to do Thassa's win con things. There are a shitload of ways to not do Thassa's Oracle. But if you're not doing Thassa's Oracle, you are doing some sort of Underworld Breach win. Okay, no more questions, no more speaking. We're going to Lord Xavier's deck, and we're talking about it now, and then we will do more vamping in between the next rounds. Xavier has sent in a spooky deck, work in progress, friend pod, aiming for bracket 3, so we're allowed to play magic, we're allowed to hit people. Why does the primer talk about Excalibur? Oh, this is the uncuttables. The uncuttable... Holy shit. Let's play a little game. Let's see what we can identify about this deck just from the list of things we're not supposed to cut. Excalibur, Fishing Gear, Parhelion 2, Quest for the Holy Relic. There's no fucking way this is Greasefang. Parhelion 2 is definitely a red herring. I mean, Excalibur and Fishing Gear, that could be in literally anything. I don't know what Quest for the Holy Relic is. I am going to look this card up. On creature spellcast, you get a quest counter. After 5, you get an equipment onto the battlefield attached to a creature you control. Okay. I'm also pointedly not looking at chat because I don't want Xavier to free me. So it's white. We're casting a lot of creatures. We have Parhelion fucking 2 in here. This shit has to be Mono White Cloud. It has to be. Hello? I broke my computer with my rightness. Oh no. Yeah, please? YouTube. Oh yeah, I'm gonna try titling the stream after just YouTube apology videos. That's where I got the stream title from here. What is going on? Token, I've not done a video on Cadena yet. Xavier, what have you done to us? What have you fucking done to us, Xavier? God of Thunder 4242, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the Doghouse. No, it's the right Blink Combat. Oh my god, it's the holiday bundle. It's the Twink. It's the Esper Twink. Guy Hammer Glue. I basically wanted to create a deck where recruits are summoned, then immediately sent into battle with hammers. It's Noctis Heir Apparent. So if something ETBs during combat, you can attach target equipment you control to target creature you control. And then you can exile this guy to bring him back attacking on the next combat. Vile Gaming, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to Doghouse. Okay, Guy Hammer Glue. Funds for my guy. Why do you need this? You don't need this. Archaeomancers is real. Having all of these to try to guarantee that we're getting him on turn 3 is reasonable. And then... So ideally what we want to do, the game plan, right, is Colossus Hammer turn 1. Elk, thank you for the raid. Hyped for the hybrid mana stream. I love bisexual. I also love bisexual. Okay, so perfect world, we play a 1 mana equipment turn 1, we play a mana rock turn 2, we play our guy turn 3. On turn 4, we warp strike him, holding up 1 mana to annoy somebody. There's the fucking hammer. We got more glue. Hammer Finder. Definitely not enough. You have 19 creatures in this deck, Brother Bear. Do you know what it means to cast a creature spell? Are you looking me dead in your fucking eyes and telling me you're casting a quarter of the creatures out of your deck? Are you for serious with me, Xavier? We gotta have standards, dog. This can't be I get a cupcake if I do 700 jumping jacks in 10 minutes. Lubberer, thank you for the Twitch follow. Alright, so we've got our first. I thought the 1 cost could slide in for later. I think the fact that it's 1 cost is attractive. My main issue is that we have less than 20 creatures in the deck. 20 creatures in the deck, to me, says I'm playing like 3 a game. Maybe 4. So that's the only thing I'm worried about. Like Stoneforge, yeah, great. Cloud, yeah, great if your land base is good. Which, rest in piss. That's crazy. 4 mana to 4 mana to pretend I have a mobilize card? What are we? You better. You fucking better. I'm gonna see it, right? Hold on. Okay. 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 Thank you. Thank you. We're fine. Alright. Alright. We're good. We're good. We're good. That's clever then. That's very cute. Make my guy huge. Oh, so a big guy to put the... I need a 4/4 to put the 10 plus 10 plus that on. Divine Visitation. Yeah, I... Oh, Ninjutsu. Okay, Ninjutsu. We put an equipment on him. Alright. So we make some tapped and attacking... Oh! Oh! Alright, so we got a little bit lost in it, Lord Xavier. I think if I can't reach you right now, but if I could put my hand on your shoulder across the internet, I think we got a little deep on the idea of ninjutsuing things in to move the hammer around. Battle Angels of Tears, sure. Put your hand to the TV chatter. Come to me, Lord Xavier. We got it. We better have some crazy fucking equipments. Nope. Nope. We got... Okay, we gotta lock it. Well, it's not Xavier. It's not necessarily that we need to cut Satoru. Most of what I'm thinking of is we currently we should only have so many slots dedicated towards making these guys enter during combat, and then we want more slots dedicated towards like big equipment and big card draw. Like right now, it seems to me if we got Adeline out, we're good for the game. And if we put, as Myth points out, I love to see this. This is what's perfect about this deck to me. Is I go Adeline Resplendent Cathar, one of my guys becomes a 30-30. That's fucking hilarious. Most of what I'm worried about right now is we have a lot of like I feel like we're gonna get into a situation where it's two guys passing one okay baseball bat back and forth. And we don't have enough things that are just like, oh fuck, oh god, Xavier got this onto right. It makes a guy who you're probably not gonna have a fucking equipment for. The peeps love a guy with big hands, motherfucker. Motherfucker, not another deck with Crystal Skull in it. Watch out, that guy has a gun. These are all good. This is all responsible. So most of what I dislike actually is cards like Leonin War Leader, just because I have such immense doubts in our ability to get like two equipments on the field. But let me actually see. Let's actually go through this. So we get Sigarda's Aid. Okay. We can't cast our... God is not with you, Xavier. So we go Stoneforge Mystic, and we go, you know, hit him with one of these. We don't have a haste, which is going to be a little bit unfortunate. Pretend I tapped correctly to do this. I can do this. I can turn 3 Commander. I don't think I should, though. I'm not giving you blue. Fuck you. So black, white, blue, Noctis. Inshallah. I now wait. I now wait. On someone else's end step, I go tappy tappy, put the hammer on him. And now I go like, this has to be weird because I have to like main phase 1. I like main phase 1, exile him. He comes in during combat. I attach Colossus Hammer to him. He becomes a 12-13. I use Stoneforge Mystic to put Excalibur into play. And I now have a 22-23 Twink who kills somebody on turn 5. Spell, I wanted the hammer on field to get the warp. I mean, it really doesn't matter. You could have done this, I think, 2 or 3 different ways. This is bracket 3. Nobody had a fucking counterspell for this? Come on. This is, on God, perfect bracket 3. Deck's terrible. In a beautiful, beautiful way. So... yeah, if the pod watches you play Sigarda's Aid and Stoneforge Mystic and does not do quite a lot of stuff in your general direction, you're not even bullying them. That is like euthanasia. But we know that it can work. We know that it can work, and... here's my confusion. Why when we're twink maxing, have we built a 99 to care less about the twink? Like, what are we attempting to achieve? Because we don't have counter magic. We don't have we have very little protection. We have one condom to our name. And we're visiting our long distance partner for 3 weeks. And we've spent all of the deck space that we would have spent on protection on how do I make other tokens. So it feels to me like there is some level of importance on, I want to subvert this commander and I don't want it to be Noctis Voltron. I want to Voltron other stuff. But if we want to Voltron other stuff, we have not built the deck to churn enough cards to find the guys we do want. Like, if you want to be Voltroning other things, I would be like, can we even get toughness 2 or less? I think that can get Anok Strike Commander. You mentioned a few times that Voltron isn't bracket 3, so I wanted to try something else. I think that I either misspoke in those situations or I was trying to speak in a clever way and ended up fucking myself. Voltron's very bracket 3. Voltron typically seeks to use stacks, but you don't have to use stacks. You can, and you already have like Voice of Victory, which is kind of a protective stacks piece. Because what stands out to me about this deck is we want to have all these things to do that are not Voltroning my commander, but the commander still has to be there for the deck to work, which is like the worst of both worlds. It's like you have a just like lazy alcoholic movie star and you go like, how can I get this movie filmed in such a way that I don't rely on Noctis delivering any of his lines or even showing up to work that day? And you went, okay, I got it. We'll make Adeline the star of the show. However, it's very important that Noctis is in the background of all her scenes and is also talking. I think that's where I'm getting a little bit lost. Is we're trying to build a deck that doesn't have to Voltron the commander, but the commander still has to be on the field for the secondary strategy to work. And I think that is going to be the source of most of your toughness. Hello, Alec, man. Like, I think an example of... Noctis's design super encourages Voltron. It is a, like, all-in-one John Wick Omae Mawo Shinderu device, which is why I'm speaking about the difficulties of trying to manage it with all this other stuff. Because basically anytime we can pull it off with Noctis, we can pull it off with other guys. So I think some things, like the Battle Angels of Tyr, are very clever. I'm trying to think about how we would make this work, because most of the things that we want to grab, most of the stuff we want to grab is not tutorable in our colors. I guess I just liked the idea of having 8 equipment on the field and then summoning guys to carry them all. That is a very cool animation. That is a very cool idea that is in your head. So how would we... That, to me, that is a bracket 2 dream, though. If I'm going to be perfectly honest with you. That is a very cool image that's very on your left. It's very, Captain America picking up Mjolnir. But the level of stuff you need to set up, even in the Adeline example, Tarngerin, we have to get Adeline out of our deck. We have to get her and Noctis onto the field, and then we have to cast 3 different equipments. That's not impossible, but that's a very, very difficult thing to be effectuating in a high power deck. Especially when some of our equipments are fucking inquisitorial rosettes. My god. Okay, so that's the initial idea. I like replicating axe. Is it Bloodthirsty Battle Axe? I think it's Bloodthirsty Battle Axe. No, what the fuck? Hold on. Leyline something? Leyline Axe. Nope, Double Strike Trample. Not the one that makes a copy of itself. Blood Forged. So this would be a good one. Yeah, like you might have. I think the Noctis Bracket 3 deck or the Noctis Bracket 4 deck is a deck that focuses on Noctis knocking somebody out, because you can do it. We got you to it on turn 5. I think the rest of the problem is we are trying to make Noctis do something that he's not even good at. I don't think Helm of the Host does it. We don't need. We do not need to be making token copies of creatures. We need to be making token copies of equipments. Which Esper is not bad at copying artifacts. For the Noctis Voltron, would you include mobilized cards? No, for Noctis Voltron, I would cut, like... I mean, I would keep Voice of Victory, just so that people couldn't cast spells on my turn. And I would keep things... oh, this is tokens only. I would cut basically all of the other token makers, and I would just keep, like, protection spells and disruption spells. Moonlight Meditation. Oh, this deck is going to be terrible, Xavier. Yeah, like this is the I summon an army of guys and they all pick up 8 hammers. This is for sure bracket 2 fuck around with your friends. But we can make it happen. There's brass knuckles, but we have to get 2 or more equipment on here. Holy shit, we have to get level 3 of Artificer class. It's the only way. We have to go to a community college and enroll in woodshop. It copies itself 1 time. This is not good enough. Instant or sorcery. Oh, wait. Court of Vantris, make a token copy of an artifact or enchantment. DMC, thank you for the 100-bit cheer. Yes, we will get mechanized production in here too. These are creature cards. Okay, Echo Storm, but we're not going to be casting our commander that many times. We could do Drafna. We could do Jin-Gitaxias, and we could just swear to God. We can turn to reanimate Jin-Gitaxias and just swear to God it's to copy the equipments. I promise you, bro. It's to copy the equipments. Mechanized production. These are creature copying. Mirror works. Xavier, for the bracket 2 version, yes. For the bracket 2 version, and it's gonna be, I swear to God, it's gonna be really bad. What you're probably gonna do is we're dropping ninjutsu. We only want things that make many creatures enter when we swing. So the best ones are going to be Adeline, Battle Angels of Tyr, Hero of Bladehold, Leonin War Leader, and Aten Soldier. These 5 are your heroes. The rest are like cute, but they are not going to help us fulfill our dream of 8 creatures enter the board and pick up 8 Colossus hammers and then kill you. And so all these other slots can become more tutors. We also want the equipments to be a little bit meatier. So the ones I like Machinist Arsenal, I like Ader and Prewin, I like Excalibur Sword of Eden. I think Sword of Hearth and Home, Sword of Feast and Famine, straight up, too responsible. Get me this dumbass. And we want more of the equipments that will copy themselves, like Bloodforged Battle Axe, Brass Knuckles, Extravagant Replication. Yeah, this is gonna be a real bad deck. And so then we're going to need to get you on bounce lands. You're going to have to bounce on it crazy style. You're going to have to do catch-up ramp. You're going to have to spend a lot of money to make this work, and that is where those 8 solitaire turns are going to come into play. Replication Specialist could also do it. I don't think we should put in all of these. I'm just trying to get you all of the possible ones. I don't think Stolen Identity... ooh, Thanos. Oh, this is only an artifact token we control, so that is not... That's not as good. But this is the type of stuff that is going to work for the strategy that you have explained to me. Then we can also do Moonlit Meditation, but again, this is very like, we are talking A plus B plus C plus even D sometimes is what it takes to make me happy, because you have to get we have to get a token maker out, we have to get the good equipment out, we have to put this in, and then we have to get our commander on the field such that it vacuums all of them up together. It, like, Moonlit Medallion or Moonlit Meditation is the secret to making the dream happen. It is a fucking Rube Goldberg, Pee Wee Herman opening sequence ass dream. And I do support it for you in a dedicated pod. They're very long chains of cards. You are going to, after you finish this roasting, Xavier, I need you to get on your knees and I need you to pray to Gavin Verhey, to Rachel Weeks, to the Ristler himself, that the tutor restrictions were lifted from bracket 2. I know we spent a lot of the stream talking shit about bracket 2. This is the exact type of dumb and glorious dream that bracket 2 is made to allow. And in a group of friends who all have dumb and bad dreams, this is going to be excellent for you. So we can drop... I still think you need these, quite frankly. I think we drop the ninjas. I don't think we need the, like, huge guy situation. I don't think we need the huge guys situation. And then This should probably become another tutor because I doubt our timeline of casting 5 different creature spells. And that's how I would build 8 guys. 8 guys pop out and show you, which is the deck that has been described to me. If you just want to go for bracket 3 Noctis deck, then fuck 90% of these creature generators. Noctis is the only creature that matters, and you just fuck it up with counter spells, with protection magic, with ramp, such that you are always holding 3 mana open to warp strike this guy, and then you are sick and good. Let me put you on the board, then we're going to hit the manual ad break, and then we are moving on to Ixie Studios. I think we're caught in the middle. I think we got an idea. I like both ideas. Let's refine them. Tell me how it goes. Xavier, thank you very much for submitting. I hope you enjoyed. Twitch, I'm sending you to the ad dimension. And then Ixie Studios, it's your time. So hey, I saw a lot of familiar cards mentioned in that last session, so apologies in advance. Oh, fucking God. Oh no. Where should we get humiliated and submit our trash decks? Real Sleepy Guy, they are submitted via Ko-Fi 9 times out of 10. The next time you can submit a deck for free roasting, we are doing the next free roast stream this coming Saturday, actually, November 1st at noon Pacific on Twitch. You need Twitch channel points. If you want to participate in the roast raffle, I would suggest you start watching on Twitch today to have enough points by Saturday to enter. How many do you need? I think I'm gonna set it at I think it's 1,500 for a ticket. You are allowed to buy a maximum of 10 tickets. Personal question from Wolf: favorite and least favorite pizza toppings? Favorite is pineapple and pepperoni. You're all wrong about pineapple being bad, but ham is the worst fucking thing ever. Ham is the worst goddamn thing ever. Xavier, thank you very much for the 200-bit cheer. I am glad that you enjoyed, and of course, have a good rest of your day. Hey, Boss Sound, realizing there may not be much to talk about with my deck, but I do have a backup locked and loaded if you need it. Don't worry about that. The stuff to talk about, that's on me. I want to see your dreams. Mauled, I was wondering, if they put the considerate line in bracket 2, that's more so talking about looping things like Grave Pact and not running a good amount of removal, right? So right and wrong, which is one of the things I dislike about Gen Pop bracket 2 now. The fact that they said use removal in a considerate manner is kind of an oxymoron, because removal is exclusively a thing you use to shut off someone else's game plan. I would like to imagine they were talking about doing things like Grave Pact loops. I would like to imagine they are talking about nonstop board control and not, oh, I swords to plowshared your win condition. But the problem with considerate removal comes about in my mind when I think about the number of games I've played where I have directed a removal spell at somebody and they've been like, oh, but it hasn't done anything yet. That's why I'm removing it. And I'm thinking about things like Miram. Miram is a great example of why I do not like the language of considerate on bracket 2's removal policy, because Miram players will ramp to Miram turn 4, turn 5. They'll play Miram, and somebody might go, oh, fuck, we can't let them untap with that. They might play Terror of the Peaks. I'm going to kill Miram. And then they go, well, that's not very considerate. And I think there's going to be an endless number of misunderstandings about what is inconsiderate removal and what is just realistic threat assessment. Because like there are some threats that you can kind of let go. Like Z has a bracket 2 Arden deck. It like exiles creatures from a graveyard and it makes 5/5 copies of them that have menace, lifelink, and haste. It's a scary situation once this comes down, but if you like, we don't have to remove this before the first trigger. The game's not going to end because somebody got 1/5/5. And so I think that's the type of like, that's the situation to me where if somebody's holding up a counterspell and they use counterspell on the Arden resolution, I'm like, we're kind of being a jokester. We're kind of like, and I think there's way more situations like the Arden one where you're going, okay, you're being a little bit unrealistic with how big a problem you think this is. But there's a bunch of stuff like Miram where it's like, oh no, that's kill on sight. And a lot of new players and a lot of casual players, and I think the overlap of people, oh fuck, wrong one. I think the Venn diagram of people who want to play in bracket 2 and people who don't understand what a kill on sight commander is, very big. Okay? A camel may not fit through the eye of a needle to get into heaven, but it can fit through that overlap. Slide on in there. Fucked up. It's fucked up. Tim, you can submit a deck for review via Ko-Fi. These are commissions that go on sale at the beginning of every month. We also do a free roast stream every month. That stream is happening this coming Saturday. If you have more money than patience, you can also pay me $500 immediately, and I will drop what I'm doing and roast your deck. Isn't that fun and stupid that that's a thing? But it is, and it's beautiful. Hello, Pedgman. David Boost, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse. How many of those have you sold? Like 17. Like Ico, like enough that I now bring it up as an option to everybody who asks. I don't know if it's 17 exactly. It's a lot. There are a number of incredibly generous people who used that as the mechanism by which they supported the subathon. I think we were near like 9 or 10 pre-subathon. And also DMC, thank you for the 100-bit cheer. Dude, I cannot forget the Mango Money tripod, which is the $694.20 option to have Z roast your deck with me. I didn't bring that up this time because Z's working on stuff right now. Okay, I'm gonna go use the bathroom, and then Ixie Studios, you are up. Yes, golly gee, Ico. It's very crazy. Malt walks in, babe, I know you're busy, but somebody dropped the silly money. I've done that. They're happy every time. Excellent. Ixie Studios is back. We've all gone pee-pee. Would you ever consider making the join the queue right now option 420.69 for the bit? Marine, probably not, just because we already have a for the bit price. Like 500 is the, I threw that out as a what is a ridiculous amount of money that I would definitely delay the stream over, and then we have a bit price. I don't feel I need to make both prices. Like, it's already a fucking bit. DMC, thank you for the 100-bit cheer. No one would ever do a tripod moment in the middle of Z's spa day. Certainly not. There would never be a deck roast done where Z had a face mask on. Okay, Ixie Studios. Last thing before we jump in, let me find the name of the outstanding roastie, because there is one person on Ko-Fi whose name on Ko-Fi does not match any of the names on my Google form for people who submitted decks. And so if they're in chat, I just need to know that they're here so we can get their deck list from them. And then we'll talk about hybrid mana in between this deck and the next deck. I appreciate that everybody gives a shit about my opinions on this. There's Marine, there's Ixie. Francesca. The Walloper, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse. Francesca, whose full legal name I will not drop, but Francesca is the 4th roastie via Ko-Fi today. And I think I had one rescheduled that I organized via Discord. So Francesca, if you're here, if I had previously scheduled a makeup roast with you in Discord, if you're here, let me know. And let's get into Super Itchy's deck. Ixies. This is Spooky, a primarily non-combat artifact deck that's just a chill old man. Okay, hold on. Nope, no more primer. You motherfucker. No. You're not tricking me. All right, you're not tricking me. I've been to his closet. I've seen the war outfit. I know he has a lot of medals, and that should have made you ask questions. Okay? Chill, old man, motherfucker. Chill, old man. Bros building purity Legos. No. Okay. Primary win con. Mechanized production. Deck has many artifacts and ways to copy them. Thopters feed to Arkham Dagson to get key non-creature artifacts out of my deck onto the field. Some untappers let Arkham do it again. Isochron to either give me infinite untaps with dramatic reversal or a counter spell every turn. Simulacrum grows me an eventually threatening robot army that I can smack someone with. Filigree Sages and Orrery give me infinite draw and mana. If primary win con isn't happening, draw my deck and win via Laboratory Maniac. Holy shit, man. What the hell is a Sicarian Infiltrator? Because it's called out in here, and I don't even recognize this guy. Hezeret. Fucking Fog Bank. Okay, we have infinite mana. This guy makes sense. Yeah, Lady Octopus, sure. What? Ha? What? Okay, no, that's fine. Lighthouse Chronology. Okay, this is him. 3 mana, Flash, Squad 2. On ETB, draw a card. Motherfucker, you've got the Easy Bake Oven Pound Cake mix in with the Anthrax? What the hell? In with the infinite mana combo? Oh. Okay. I'm having a heart attack. I'm having a fucking heart attack. I only did 3 game changers. That's cute. Sure. Spider-Man, good set. Good set, Spider-Man. Let me look at this fucking primer. Let me. You are definitely getting diagnosed with blue. I only started playing this year, so I barely know what's what. Okay, so you're like fresh out of high school. They put you on the drone controls. Is that what's happening? Is that what's happening right now? Wow, I don't even want to help you. I don't want to help. I can't. I don't feel morally okay telling you about the better cards that exist. Hold on. Yeah, like it would. Wow, Rod of Absorption's here. Wow. Hi, baby.
Breakfast? Son of a bitch. You son of
I
a
had an energy
bitch.
drink.
It's not breakfast.
Yeah, it is.
No.
Yeah, it is.
No. There was breakfast in the fridge. I'm making.
This is okay. This is like looking at Doctor Doom's fucking Lego collection. Like half of this stuff, yeah, really good combo line. Half of this stuff is you just went, heh. Okay. Ixie, to drill down on what I dislike about this deck, is the backup plan way fucking better than plan A. That always gives me, that unsettles me in my soul a lot, because chat, what is the number one rule of playing Magic? You are not allowed to play your deck badly on purpose. You are only allowed to play your deck badly on purpose if you have been on the show Game Changers by Dropout. That is the line. Once you get on that show, you are funny enough that I trust you to play your deck badly on purpose. Before then, if you're like, oh yeah, my deck can do this really good thing, but I'm not going to because it wouldn't be the vibe, I am bang bang. Bang bang, go to sleep, good night. So what I dislike is we have this like infinite mana, draw my deck immediate, like on this, maybe not on the stack. But we have this infinite mana, draw my deck win con. Where, I'm going to have an aneurysm. An infinite mana, draw my deck win con, but plan A is this much slower mechanized production win. And we're even talking about like, oh, but if I get infinite mana, I can squad Sicarian Infiltrator infinite times, and then I win on my next upkeep. When at that point, it's obvious that you're sandbagging a different win. And I have been a person who tries to do that. I have had that done to me. And in my experience, it always leads to really bad games. Like if you are going to sandbag something, you sandbag in the deck building process. Now, if this is... And so really what this looks like to me is I have an Arkham Dagson draw my deck combo deck, and if that gets fucked up, I think mechanized production is really, really cute. Oh, thank you. Nothing upsets me more than watching someone play whatever all game, then decide he doesn't want to lose, so he tutors up his infinite. Right. It is, it's very like, imagine you are like play wrestling with somebody, and then they pick you up and throw you across the room so hard you shit yourself. Just in like the middle of it. And then they go like, yeah, do you want to play again? That was fun. So I would, yes, I would say, and you could even split this deck into two. It's $1,800 and you've only been playing for a year, so I'm going to pray to the Lord Yugi that you were proxy pilled. I think you could split this deck into two and make a high power Arkham Dagson list and make a lower power Arkham Dagson list. It's very difficult to constrain this guy. being able to tutor for an artifact without a mana value limit is going to open you up to a world of fucked up and bad things. Because there's some stuff, let's see. Wow! Wow, I gained 1 life! Wow, fucking... I have infinite mana! I've drawn 50 cards! By the way, I gained 2 life. Every time I execute my Isochron Scepter Dramatic Reversal Infinite Mana combo, by the way, gain 1 life. By the fucking way. That's fucking awesome. That's so funny. And like these are like I love seeing this card, and frankly the one that's even more like this is Rod of Absorption. Super fucking fun card. Not going to contest that for a moment. Very fun card, very hilarious to Uno reverse somebody's spell later on in the game. In the context of the deck that you currently have, like you never get to tutor this. And that makes me sad. Like you never get to tutor this. If you're ever tutoring the, I guess you could tutor the Eternity Elevator if like Chromatic Orrery got removed from your deck, but the way the deck is currently set up, it like only really makes sense to go, okay, get me Chromatic Orrery right now. Get me, God, I don't know artifact lines. But however I get to Isochron Isorev as quickly as possible, I'm tutoring that every time because anything else is just me bullshitting. And I don't like it when, and this may be a genuine, this can be a genuine taste difference in how we like to play Magic, but I hate it when I feel like I have to hold back a play because it would ruin the vibe. So I don't do it anymore. When I want to hold back those plays, they're just dead from the deck list. So what you could do is we could have high power Arkham Dagson. I'm going infinite. I'm drawing my deck. I am forcing you to say Sicarian Infiltrator's name. And then we have a different Arkham Dagson deck that's probably still going to be bracket 3 because Arkham Dagson's very, very good. And then all we focus on is the mechanized production game plan. And we go, if you're able to stop that, I'm going to fucking die like an adult. That is a very important thing about lower bracket play, is accepting there's going to be a silver bullet to my game plan. And if I get silver bulleted, I'm fucked. Now, you want to build the deck intelligently enough that that silver bullet is not going to happen all the time. It should be a case of like maybe 10% of the time, 20% of the time, they hit you with the 1-2 buckle your shoe, and then you can't stand up anymore. 80% of your games, 90%, you get to have a great time. And so let me think about... Come on, you can't tell me this guy matters. Look me in the eyes. Look me in the eyes. What the fuck is he doing here? We got extras on set. We're paying them SAG minimum, and they're not doing anything. They're not in a shot. They're not carrying coffee. They're not even licking feet like they used to. His best patron. No, I mean he's an artifact creature. So this guy is like, this was more on the building the robot army side. That's another important thing we should talk about. I think building the robot army can be the backbone of the bracket 3 game plan. But if you have robot army or deterministic infinite, it's very difficult for that to ever be a realistic choice. So that would be my official recommendation, because I'm getting fucking whiplash looking through this. Goddamn, other artifact. Labman also artifact creatures +1/+1. How about that, you dumb motherfucker? Because let me show you. Let me show you some, not even high grade sauce. This isn't even spicy. This is just like a little bit of fun stuff. If you want to do robot army, we can still have we can do Iron Spider, we can do Steel Overseer, and then we can get counters on everything. And then we can have other little stuff like Voltaic Key. And then we can go, okay, number 1, I am getting Simulacrum Synthesizer out. Every game, that can be the first target. After that, I'm gonna start getting out things that make me little robot men. And then I'm gonna try to play or tutor or whatever the guys do to make the robot men bigger. And then I'm gonna try to get Wonder in my graveyard, and then you all fucking die. And I think Simulacrum Synthesizer being target number 1. You poor, I'm not gonna crash out. You're new. You don't know. You've been talking to the Fae. You gave them your real name. You didn't understand. I get it. They're tantalizing. In this deck, Simulacrum Synthesizer being the first target is straight up condescending. I don't know if you meant this. It is incredibly good grime. If you showed me this deck list before the game and we started playing and you went, yeah, by the way, turn 2 Arkham Dagson, turn 3 Tappy Tappy, I'm getting Simulacrum Synthesizer. Seppuku. Dog, that's shame on me. That's shame on my family. I've had a vasectomy. I'm not even having children. If I was still planning to have children, I would have to go get a vasectomy to spare them the shame of having goddamn Simulacrum of having fucking Stride Hanger Automaton hit this goddamn table. Win the Psychosis Crawler Infinite's right there. So I would heavily recommend splitting these to this is crazy too. Just win or die. Just win. It's not P. Stop it, Enter. Don't support this, Enter. Propaganda's crazy. Just win. My brain is being focus beamed. What the fuck is happening? Yeah, you know. Yeah, you know what? I could win right now. Instead, I'm gonna roll a d4. Hold on, I'm gonna roll a d4. That's a 1. I do nothing. So I can't tell if the reaction to Megas is that's hilarious, keep it, or that's stupid, remove it. It is a that's hilarious, make a deck where it's allowed to shine. I love bad cards. I recommend a lot of good cards on this stream because I don't like it when a card is bad for no reason. I like it when a card is bad for a very dedicated reason, when it has a bit surrounding it. And the bit for Staff of the Mind Magus is look at how fucking bad this card is, you guys. And so I think the problem with it in this deck is so fast and so powerful that you can't ever play Staff of the Mind Magus and not have it feel insulting until you get on Game Changers by Dropout TV. Once you're on there, then I trust you to do this. But I think right now you have so many better targets. Even if this is in your hand, you almost always... The reason I put Magus is it also procs on islands, brother. I promise you I read that. I promise you I read that. I swear to you, I understand the benefit of it. Like, let me just... So I have synthesizer in my hand. I don't have any lands. How many lands do you have? 34, of course. We got a lot of artifact rocks. Okay. So I've sank... Oh, you have a robot. You said plan A is a robot army. You don't need a dungeon. All right, we don't have fast mana in hand. Command beacon. Diafucking-bolical. What even is this? This deck is somehow busted and unplayable at the same time. So we have Dramatic Reversal, we have this. We can get Wonder into our graveyard. We can't really play anything else. I'm just going to keep this hand and see if God loves us. Okay, Mishra's Factory. Turn 2. Do nothing. Turn 3. Great. I discard Wonder. Turn 4. Fuck it. That sucks. That sucks. Turn 7. Here we go. Here we go. I exile an island. So now I can make, what, 5 mana? Or play this. And then... I think I play this. Oh no, I can't because I can't tap this. Wow, this is like so bad, yet so good. Okay, whatever. I have 2 lands. I have Orrery and Scrawling Crawler. Discard to hand size. Hell yeah, Inventor's Fair. We're doing it. I get to draw 2 cards now. Turn 6, Archon Daxon. Okay. So now we have just a whole second variance problem. Because we have a lot of really good cards and then a lot of really bad cards. And I think the conflict at the heart of this is that you have a artifact beatdown deck and an infinite combo deck fighting for supremacy. I've had my share of dead draws. That's why I put Puzzle Ward in. For anybody listening at home, this person just said, I've had my fair share of dead draws. That's why I put a 4 mana enchantment that lets me scry on upkeep into the deck. Primer talked about the ISO Rev Infinite, by the way. Ristic Studies in here. So step number 1, you do not have enough mana sources. But like, okay, let's actually work through what should happen here. So turn 6, we tap Arkham Daxon, we sack Sprawling Crawler. If I was going to go infinite, I think Chromatic Orrery is how. So I think I go get Eternity Elevator. I play Orrery. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I play this, and if I untap, I can now go... I now have infinite mana. I make infinite mana, I draw my deck, I win the game. It took us 7 turns to get here because the land base was made by 3 bottles of NyQuil that had somehow become animate. But I think this sequence of events represents what I think is the core problem with the intention of the deck, which is we have this beatdown plan we ostensibly want to do, and the far superior thing to do is to just immediately go infinite. I mean, we happen to draw into the untapper with no card draw, but I think this is a situation that can repeat over and over because we have multiple tutors, we have multiple infinite lines, we have fucking parallel thoughts to get a pile of infinites out. We have Ristic Study. And goddamn Halmar Death, son of a bitch! Yeah, Ixie. And so, like, I think artifact infinites are very fun, too. I just think they're very, very high power. Well, here's the thing, Naraki. If they put Thoracle in the deck, they wouldn't have had room for Master of Ethereum, who is deeply necessary to this deck's game plan. Punk Poet and Bun Ryoko, thank you for the Twitch follows. Welcome to the Doghouse. Because I do think you have a fun beatdown deck happening. This guy, I swear to God, is just an infinite mana outlet. So shame on you for that. Because there are other ones that you could have used. And then goddamn Fogbanks here. So what I think you should clean up in both cases is you need additional low-cost mana sources. So that can be things like Everflowing. This is like not even a very good one. There were 18 proper islands. You could do Everflowing Chalice. You can do the Moxes. Do you even have Arcane Signet in here? We skipped straight over Arcane Signet. You don't have to necessarily go up on lands, but you do need to have more ways of producing mana. And I think ideally you want to do like, I think having a handful of Mirror would be good for you. You can't get that many because you're in monocolor. But what this is going to do is it will get you mana for your commander, and it will get you an artifact creature you can sack to your commander to then go get the thing you actually want. Anytime I see a creature that is not an artifact creature, oh, my heart hurts. My heart weeps for you. Because we play Fogbank, great, you can't hit me. I can't do anything the rest of this game. Same thing for this guy. If you want a replacement for the infinite high power version, here is the infinite mana outlet you actually want. This is an infinite mana Gatling gun. You throw this on the table, you do your tappy untappy thing, you now have infinite counters that you then remove to deal infinite damage. And that is like, that's the type of plan A, plan B, where you can be like, okay, plan A, I'm going to shoot you in the head infinite times. Plan B, I'm going to draw my deck infinitely. That is a plan A and a plan B, where you have the thing you want to do, you have a different thing you can do, but they are playing in the same zip code instead of being like, okay, plan A is to fuck around. And then if I ever get tired of fucking around, I will win the game on the stack. This seems wildly unnecessary. It was more like if somebody turns off my ability to fuck around. However you're presenting it in your head, I'm staying strong on the until you're on dropout.tv. I really don't like this. I have a bad plan A, and then if somebody turns it off, then I'm going to do something way, way better. It comes off as condescending every time. Because the idea of more casual Magic is we're still doing our best, but we're doing our best with a pile of trash. And you don't have a pile of trash. You have a pile of really, really good cards, and then you have a little bit of trash. Trash as a treat. And listen, the disclaimer I always give: if your pod is okay with it, who fucking cares? Who fucking cares? I think a good number of Gen Pop people agree with me, but if your pod genuinely does not give a shit, doesn't matter. But I would try having these two other decks. I would recommend proxying them specifically for playtest purposes, since I am telling you I think you should do this. And I would just try playing with the two different versions and seeing if the beatdown deck feels better when you are fully committed to the beatdown plan. Because we have... like, what other non-creature artifacts could we get that are going to... See, like, here's another bad card. Here is a bad and no good card that can go in the Simulacrum Synthesizer deck and can go in the Artifact Army deck and can even work with some untappers, but is going to be on the same level as all those untappers. There's a lot of cards like this that I think we are missing out on because we have used up so much space in our suitcase for the backup plan. Just do the artifact beatdown. Don't bring a parachute. If you really don't like it, you can find some level of middle ground. But I am a big advocate of, in casual Magic, don't spend a lot of energy on your parachute. You can bring a backup plan, but you don't have to bring, like, a third of the deck doesn't need to be backup plan. So there's Worldwalker Helm. We talked about you definitely need more mana. I would definitely recommend that mana comes in the form of artifact creatures, because then you have more stuff to sacrifice to your commander. There's even cards that you would think otherwise is like not that good, like Milliken, that you only care about because it's an artifact creature. It gets me my commander one turn sooner. Good. So what else can we get popping for the artifact beatdown deck? I don't think the cuck chair does anything. Nah, this ain't any good. Can we do anything stupid with this? Because this will make 8 of itself, but it takes a long time, and I don't think we're doing any proliferation. Court of Antris might be playable. Might be playable in the lower power beatdown deck. Oh, we have Vantris already. Okay. No, this is actually very bad, Bonzo. I appreciate your assistance. Please update your internal thinking. Cactus, the premise of the deck right now is that it's a mechanized production deck. Bladner, we're all late to the bit. Mechanized production is the way they want to win. Pay no attention to the infinite combo loop. They desire to win with mechanized production. Don't think Mirror Works is gonna do too much for us here. That's whatever. Echo Chamber is a crazy shout. Hmm. So I think the other stuff that's formulating in my head, Angel of Pax, thank you for joining the dog home on YouTube. The other stuff, we can't do Thousand Moon Smithing, we're not in the right colors. You could do Fight for Project Purity. Well, Ponzo, I am recommending that we build a more bracket 2, bracket 3, like a lower power version of this deck that is focused on the creature beatdown. And I think most of the other stuff we can do for that is like, it's the same type of historical fuckery that artifact decks have been doing, but we want to do a little bit more of actually playing with the deck rather than I tutor this thing, I tutor this thing, I tutor this thing, now I win. Ooh. Yeah, the Vertibird. This is an artifact beatdown. Yeah. This is not only going to proc our synthesizer, but this can be a way to get a flyer in if you have to play against like dinosaur players. Yeah. Okay, that's good. So we do Brotherhood Vertibird. I think we can still do... I think we can still do Mystic Forge stuff. Kappa Cannoneer is not in the deck, and he should be. Check this motherfucker out. You can not only pay for him by tapping artifacts that don't tap for mana, whenever you play an artifact, he gets a counter and can't be blocked. Look at him. He's friend-shaped. He is going to kill you. It is also really good. We can do... Reaver Titan is a very, very good non-creature artifact that you can grab and then crew. I don't think we need Cyberdrive Awakener ambiance because we're trying to make artifact creatures via Simulacrum Synthesizer. Crew 4 can be hard. I don't think it's hard. I do not think it's hard in the context of we are tutoring Simulacrum Synthesizer first. So I think these are like not Walking Ballista. Walking Ballista is part of the Infinite game plan. I think like these three guys are your new heroes. And this is the type of energy we want to be going for, where it's like, no, I'm killing you with hammers right fucking now. We can also go... God, how evil do I make it? I think we just do this one. Is Cyberman Squadron that much damage? Oh, non-legendary. I thought it said non-token. Oh, no. Oh, no, bro. That's a lot of damage. That is a lot of fucking damage. So yeah, this too. So like this is the type of stuff that is currently not in the version of the deck because we have to have room for infinites. And once you don't have to have room for infinites, oh my fucking god. Oh my fucking god, you get all these idiots. And you get to hit people crazy fucking hard. And you get to float a bunch of mana. This one's fine. It's not that good. I don't think this fits because if we want early ramp, we want it to ramp into Arkham. And this does not ramp into Arkham. I mean, this is okay. If you really like cloning, which I do, Ixie, I would recommend this. But this is the type of stuff I would do. I would look at, hold on, let me look at Thoughtcast. I'm gonna show you because we do not have, the stream is not gonna be 10 hours, which is what it would take for the thing I'm about to tell you about. So on Scryfall, you look up a card like Thoughtcast. You're going to go to Tagger. There's Affinity for Artifacts. There's Hand Positive. There's Pure Draw. These are all of the things. Synergy Artifact is what we're looking for. So if you go to Artifact Synergy, type Artifact, you can go color equals U for blue. And this is going to give you the 45 artifact synergy cards that are artifacts and are in blue colors. So there's things like Thought Monitor that will be 1 blue if you have constructs that when you play it, hey look, you'll draw 2 cards. There's Ethereum Sculptor. There's Crystal Skull, which is an artifact that lets you play off the top of your deck. There is Master Transmuter, which will let you bounce an artifact you do have to play something from your hand. This card can go in both versions of the deck. Oh, and we should do less than blue as well. So equal to or less than. We talked about Mystic Forge. Unwinding Clock is super fucked up and is going to be really powerful for the infinite version of the deck. Oh, did my TikTok live get taken down? It got fucking taken down. That sucks. As it always does. There's stuff like Manifold Key. There is Shimmer Mirror and Liberator that lets you cast them at Flash. What the fuck is wrong with me? Artifact Beatdown can also be achieved with Threefold Thunderhulk. And so I would remember this Scryfall tagging, and I would look through these cards for things that catch your eye. What both of your decks need, you either need more lands or you need more mana sources. So that is going to be Mana Dork, type, artifact, colors equal to or less than blue. It's not going to be many. So Alloy Mirror, Not automated artificer. You could play bronze fucking walrus. No hate, no lie. You could play bronze walrus. You can play hedron crawler. You can play mannequin. You can play mirror convert, millican, palladium mirror, ornithopter of paradise, plague mirror, scuttlemutt, silver mirror. You don't need all of these, but you need probably like 4 to 6 more that will give you an early artifact creature to play Arkham Dagsson earlier and to sacrifice something to get your synthesizer out, and then real life can begin. That is my earnest recommendation. Try this out. I hope you have fun with it. I'm going to put you up on the board now. Do not put Metalworker in. I will come pick you up myself. You're going straight into the containment zone for flashbanging me with Staff of the Mind, Magus. Have a terrible fucking day. Thank you for submitting. We're going to go to the manual ad break, and then it's time for Marine. Chesabel, thank you for reminding me. It's for Scrambles Fox. Okay. That is the missing Francesca. Wonderful. Is our friend Scrambles here? Let me make sure the vine boom's at the right. Oh, that's not loud enough. I need to be hurting people. Okay. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. We're going to the manual ad break, and then it's time for Marine, and then it's time for Scrambles Fox. Thank you for clearing that up. All right. Oh, horrifying, Andres, but I look forward to being incredibly rude about it. White Bread, thank you for the 10-bit share. I thought I was rescheduled for today as well. That makes sense. Earlier in the stream I was talking about we had one Discord reschedule that I did not remember, so you are also going. Hey Molotov, I have a question regarding deck roast. Does it change the price on Ko-Fi or the free one if the commander is a custom card? It should. I have no idea how it would. I'll say for now no, but I will attempt to set a price in the future for that. I'm out getting lunch right now, so scrambles can go first. Okay, we're doing scrambles. Let me go find them. Rambles Fox. What's up? Hold on, guys. Sorry, gang. Z had a jar they needed me to open. Scrambles Fox has a scary deck. Goal of the deck is to throw away scrap and swap them for cheap artifacts on the field. Okay, so we have a Duretti enjoyer. I've been working on this deck piecemeal for like a decade, and recently it stopped working right. Now this deck my friends used to think was scary and bring out their strong decks for gets stomped, and I can't even start the loops anymore. I think speed is one of the biggest issues, but power and consistency have also become a problem. That's so horrifying. So we're in a like late stage RimWorld playthrough. Okay. What can I not cut? Barrage of boulders? I'm not even looking at the deck. Hey man, I know why the deck's not working. I have terrible news. Wolf, please go clip that section. Holy shit. Mob rule also. Okay, that's theft at least. That's amazing, Scrambles. What in the fuck? Alright. Scrap collecting. We are a Duretti enjoyer. So we have wheeling. We have fucking hot soup. At what point in the timeline of the deck no longer working did hot soup enter the equation? This is fucking awesome. Okay, Krark Clan jump scare. Basalt Monolith jump scare. One ring, unwinding clock. I see the potential. Mycosynth fucking wellspring. Holy god. Snip, snap, snip, snap. Alright, we have Hope of Girapir for some control. We have Goblin Kaboomist. Okay, but this is just to get artifacts that we can feed into Duretti. We have Ramp, we have more stacks effects. We have Hellkite Tyrant for some goddamn reason. We have Steel Hellkite for some goddamn reason. We have fucking Pentavus for some goddamn reason. We have Mere Battlesphere. Bosch is here. Okay. Okay. Wait. Dog. Dog. We have so much cute stuff next to the One Ring unwinding clock. Oh, there's no primer. There's not even a primer. They are cool, but this deck has replaced like its car engine with sunglasses. That's why it doesn't work anymore. It's a very cool car. It doesn't drive. Ya viene el coco. I just want to play that card just to say that now. Okay, we have 33 lands. I wonder if that has anything to do with it. Okay, we have bad Planeswalker card draw. We have very good Planeswalker tutoring. Okay, we have more tutoring. Okay, Megaton's Fate is like a board wipe that low-key makes sense. You brother. Yeah. Unfortunate amount of sense. Insane. Less insane. Insane. Okay. I'm formulating. I'm understanding. I think what has happened here is you have... Oh, that's a sideboard. Holy fuck. We don't even have Blood Moon in the main deck? That's why. Okay. So I think what has happened here is not that our friends learned how to play Magic. I think we fell too much in love with Magic, and we now have a million pet cards that probably should be cut. What I think would be very helpful to you is writing down on a piece of paper what is the smallest number of cards that I could combine that could win the game. Because I see the pieces to get like some type of infinite mana situation going. Because between just Pentavis and Krark Clan Ironworks, I do believe that's infinite Pentavite ETB, infinite Pentavite Death. If you add a artillerist effect in that, or if you add a like on artifact death, artifact ETB, something bad happens to you effect into that, that wins the game. We have Rings of Bright Hearth and Basalt Monolith to make infinite colorless. I don't think we have an outlet for infinite colorless though. Like, do we have Walking Ballista? I don't think so. What is the curve? Wow, so reasonable. So real. I also disagree with this heavily. Okay, but Treasure Vault doesn't... Okay, infinite colorless versus infinite colored doesn't make a meaningful difference. Is that why we have fucking Devil's Play? But this is only to one person. It's an outlet to two. It has flashback. My fault. My fault. Two. That way we could just be killed by the final player. But I think the fact that we're including Devil's Play over something that would win the game, like Crackle with Power, that is the problem. A lot of mono red artifact loops are like most loops in general are, by the power of these three cards combined and the state of Connecticut, I get infinite of something. And via that infinite something, I kill you infinite times. This deck appears to have 2 out of those 3 parts set up over and over and over, and then we don't have the third part. Or the third part is from Temu for like no reason, when the other 2 parts are up to par. The other 2 parts are like, you know, BMW, German engineering, and then we have a fucking hand-drawn sports car that somebody looked at and then tried to make out a construction paper. So it's Devil's Play versus Walking Ballista versus Crackle with Power. It is having these ways to make infinite artifacts get made, but not having a way to deal damage off of their inclusion or their or their sacrifice. Like this type of effect. And I realize it's a little bit difficult too, because it's a creature and you're tutoring for artifacts, not for people. Oh yeah, but this guy you can get with Imperial Recruiter. So I don't know exactly, Scramble Cats. Most of the big guys come out for free. Well, right, but that's not part of the problem. Like all of the spells in your deck can cast 1 mana. I am well aware of the fact that goblins do not pay rent or taxes, and so I'm not concerned about the mana cost of your guys. I'm concerned about, in a realistic setting, if you get to assemble the parts of a loop that you will likely be able to in the average EDH game, you can't actually get anywhere. And I don't know the order in which these changes were made. Like pumpkin bombs, goddamn, I know this came in recently because it was released recently, but it does seem like over time we've taken things that were maybe like the Rings of Brighthearth, Basalt Monolith, and then Outlet type thing, and we replaced it with like, oh hell yeah, Steel Hellkite, interaction, that's good. Oh hell yeah. Bosch is technically an outlet, but it's only an outlet if I have infinite mana and infinite guys. And if I have infinite mana and infinite guys, what the fuck do I care about an 8 mana 6/7? So what I think would be really helpful is for you to go back to the drawing board of what cards do I like to win with? Work backwards from there, and you have to identify what is the fewest number of cards in between me and winning with that card. If you really want to win with Bosch, that means we need infinite artifacts, infinite mana, potentially infinite bacon. If we want to win with Platinum Empyrean, can't fucking do it. If we want to win with Hellkite Tyrant, we need infinite artifacts and we need to make it to our next upkeep. If we want to win with Manor Gargoyle, can't fucking do it. Can't fucking do it. If we want to win with Traxos, can't fucking do it. We got a lot of can't fucking do it. So what I think would be helpful is to dial it back down to like, what are my 3 to 4 card win the game packages? Because you've built the deck to do that. If you want to build the deck to hit people with gigantic assholes, that's cool. I'm going to give you the same recommendation I gave the last person of you need to split this into, here's my combo deck, here's my beat ass deck. Those are very different decks. They want very different things. They're stopped by very different things. And the combo deck needs Blood Moon yesterday. The combo deck needs Blood Moon right the fuck away. The Ass Beater 9000 deck, you could play whatever funny stuff you could play Bosch, who cares? We like Bosch. You play Triplicate Titan? Hell yeah. Hell fucking yeah. Hell yeah, Platinum Empyrean. Beautiful. But like, let me just... So we have a basic land tutor that frankly, I don't know what the fuck is going on here. But we got a basic land tutor. We have Rehandmate. And we have Trash for Treasure. So we go turn 1, nothing. Turn 2, Wellspring, get me my land drop. Turn 3, Melded Moxite, I will discard this guy for like no reason, I draw 2. Bam, Duretti. We downtick them and trade Mycosynth Wellspring for Platinum Empyrean. It gets us our next mountain. Now let us consider, that's not bad. I got a guy. This guy is totally disconnected from any of the avenues by which I am trying to win the game. This is turn 4. I have cheated at Magic. I have set my commander down to 1 loyalty counter, and the output is Mom, don't let them hit me, I'm scared. That's the type of vibe we need to get rid of. If you're at a table where you can win with just an 8/8, this guy's heat. It sounds like your friends have caught up to that, and they either play dinosaurs now, they play birds, whatever. They can play stuff where 1 8/8 is not the end of the world for them. And so cards like this are just too caught in the middle. They're not going fast enough to help the artifact game plan. Oh, thank you so much. I'll think about it.
Can't be cute out of your way.
I can't.
You can't get out of this.
I can.
No, you can't by being cute. You can't.
And then the deck isn't committed enough to the ass beater plan for the fact that you've laid down a protective 8/8 to really mean a whole lot. And then we do the same thing with like Spine of Isha. Okay, we can blow up 1 permanent. Can we do it infinitely? Because if we can't do it infinitely, then this is a like Dr. Doofenshmirtz ass removal plan. If we can do it infinitely, this is a game lock where they should all surrender. In both versions of the deck, you get to have at least 1 pet card. But right now, I think we have like 20 pet cards. We have like... We got so comfortable in how much the deck was functioning that we just kept ad-libbing. We just kept ad-libbing more and more and more and more, and now we've forgotten the original game plan. So like it's genuinely split almost in half. Like these 4 guys, all on plan. These 2. And so we go to our next turn, and we would have had to discard something. So I discard the Spine. I play Melded Moxite. I can Reckless Handling, but I doubt I need to. I can... Actually, I'll Reckless Handling. And we don't even have any... We don't have any of our, like, loop pieces. I guess we have Mirror Retriever. But I don't know if that creates a true loop. Or I guess Basalt Monolith. Here, yeah. I go grab Basalt Monolith. I discard Barrage of Boulders. I know it says random, I don't care. So those 2 go down. Basalt Monolith. I uptick. Draw 2. Fucked up. Discard Hope of Pure. Discard Rings of Bright Hearth. I'm not even doing this accurately, but who cares? So I swap out Rings of Bright Hearth for Melted Moxite. I now go tap, 3 to untap, 2 to double, 3 more, untap 3 more. And now I go infinite on mana. I go infinite on mana. Life should be fucking excellent. I got nothing to do with my mana. I don't think I have... I don't have anything in the graveyard that down-ticking Duretti will give me with all my mana. If I draw 2, discard 2, does that get me there? No. Because I have another halfway protection piece, and I have a good value piece, admittedly. But like combo decks got to be leaving behind good value pieces pretty quickly. This is a card that seems great for the type of deck where Platinum Empyrean is great. That like the Silent Arbiter deck, the Spine of Isha deck. That's awesome. These 4 cards are all very like, oh, ho, 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 look at me. I got an 8 mana spell for 4 mana, and it's going to do something kind of bad to you. Whereas a scary red deck, you are winning When you put that first, I'm going to sacrifice an artifact trigger on the stack, I'm going to get an artifact back. It should be entering an infinite loop of them being tased on the ball sack. And so I think you should go sit on a mountain and think about the type of deck you do want. Because I think there's a cute artifact deck contained within this. And I think there are the memories of a scary artifact deck contained within this. And the more Magic you played, the more you found cute cards that you wanted to give an opportunity to shine to, and they did not fucking deserve it. Okay? I'm telling you right now, Hot Soup, this is the nephew that you love playing Little League basketball, and you like really think he's gonna make it, and he's not. I may not know you. I love you. I have examined the growth charts on your behalf. Kid's growing up to be 5'5". Their last free throw is happening in 6th grade. Okay, he's big. None of this is muscle. He is never going to hold up an O-line. And that doesn't mean you can't play them, but it does mean that the scary, they never get to shine in the scary artifacts deck. They only get to shine in the low-key bad artifacts deck. And in the low-key bad artifacts deck, we probably cut the combo loops. And then you can have a combo deck where you just do like the best shit ever and you draw 50 cards off the One Ring. And then you have another deck where it's like, check out my fucking guy. Check out my fucking Chungus. Tetrunes, thank you for the 22 months in a row. Welcome back to the dog home. And do not dare apologize. I hope your life has been improving. Because like Mob Rule, objectively funny. Barrage of Boulderings, a token player, objectively funny. Megaton's Fate, fun and good. Wildly divorced from Unwinding Clock, the One Ring levels of power, and that's why it's not working. Because we have given up that like last mile of push we needed to win with the combo to make room for Platinum Empyreon's fat ass. And it is delicious. It is delicious. But you gotta have a whole dinner planned just for him. Dakota Red, thank you for the Twitch follow. Brambles, you're going straight into the Squirrels from Ice Age type beat. I think you got a good dream, and I think you had it right in front of you. And then I think you got distracted by one more nut. This is very much what I wanted to hear. Any recommendations for cards to complete combos? Yes. I do think if you like going infinite on mana, Crackle with Power is good. Walking Ballista is good. What other infinite mana artifact combos do we have? I do not think you get infinite cast triggers, so I do not think you're going to go Aetherflux Reservoir. Oh, Staff of Domination, yeah. This will draw your entire deck. Can also do Comet Storm. We have Grinding Station, I believe. Retrofitter Foundry. Yeah, this will also do it. This will also, if you have infinite mana, you need infinite untaps for this too. No, you don't. You have infinite, I'm so dumb. If you have infinite mana with this, you get infinite 4/4s as well. I do think you should do Imperial Recruiter. I think the things that I think can be cut are Cauldron Complete, and not even cut, but just moved into the lower power funnier deck, is Cauldron Complete, probably Pumpkin Bombs. No, it can work. It can work. Mycosynth Wellspring, Hot Soup, Monument to Endurance, Traxos, Silent Arbiter, Manor Gargoyle, Steel Hellkite, Wormcoil Engine, Bosch, Devil's Play, which just gets traded out for like Crackle with Power or something. Yeah, I think Urza's Saga as one of your lands, and then Gamble as another tutor, because we already have Reckless Handling, so it's not like we hate tutoring. I'm not convinced that Chandra does enough for you. 4 mana to maybe 4 mana to get a card draw engine is really not all that much. And if we're playing it for the alt, we should just be playing the Artillerist or Reckless Fireweaver. She can make an artifact, but this is the situation where we're getting distracted by a 5-tool player and we need somebody that can get on base. I did watch Moneyball again yesterday, so I am going to fucking get you about this. We're playing Chandra because we're like, oh, for 4 mana, I can get mid card draw, and I can get mid artifact generation, and then I have this big juicy alt over the top. And we're like, oh my god, she's so okay at so many things. No 5-tool players. I don't care if she's okay at a bunch of things. I want her to be good at getting on base. So I'd cut her too. Tezzeret gets on base. You play this motherfucker by himself, and he is either an untapper, which will turn a loop on, or he will tutor the thing that will turn a loop on. I would also recommend... You actually do want discard, so I kind of am with Cathartic Pyre and Thrill of Possibility. You could probably do Cathartic Reunion as another one of these things. So what I would do, Scrambles, is try to make a list of 5 cards that will win you the game. And then go, what combination of 2 to 3 cards makes this card win you the game? If you don't have 5 cards that can win you the game, like, and by cards that win you the game, I'm talking about like Crackle with Power, Walking Ballista, Reckless Fireweaver, things where you're like, if I put infinite somethings into you, I will get a game win out of this. Identify at least 5 of those and figure out what are 2 card packages that make them win the game. And if you don't have 5, that's when you need more win conditions. And everything else in the deck should support the card packages that you need to make those cards win the game. And then you can build a different deck where you can have Monument to Endurance and Cauldron Complete and all that other bullshit. And then it'll be fucking hilarious. But right now, you're stuck in the squirrel zone, brother. I pray for you. That's going to be it for your deck. We're going to go to the manual ad break, and then, let's see. Marine, are you good yet, or should we go to white bread first? Locked in and ready to go. All right, we're going to do Marine next, and then white bread, you'll be last. I'll see you all in 90 seconds. I'm going to chew on some pasta. Okay. Cairo Cudo, thank you for redeeming the Discord role. I appreciate that very much. Marine has sent in a silly comma spooky deck. Moxfield Primer currently feels like the board states are really fragile and inconsistent. Let's see what's up with the curve. Oh, you fucking didn't. You did. You did. Okay. Yeah? Yeah, your board states are fragile? Yeah, you fucking dumbass. How many... Holy shit, you like dragons, huh? You type a deck list for a motherfucker who loves dragons and hates winning. Lock it! Infernal! Okay. Alright. What the fuck is going on, dog? I've forgotten your name, it hurts so much. Marine. What the fuck is that? What is this Paul Revere ass deck list? I got a 5-mana guy. His only job is to say the dragons are coming, the dragons are coming. Look, man, I'm scraping the barrel for Obosh and may have gotten lost in the sauce. Doesn't this... Oh, odd CMC. Okay. Yeah, you're lost as fuck. I'll tell you for sure. So it's Obosh Companion who takes a long fucking time. Alright, man. Oh, my deck is so fragile. You have fucking tapped mountains in a goddamn dream. Do we even have... We have one good dragon. Backdraft Hellkite, you motherfucker. This is van art! This isn't even a deck! Yeah, has anyone told you companions can just go in the command zone? Why is he a companion? There are some admittedly bad choices. Some, this motherfucker says. Their deck is the title crawl to a Star Wars movie. Nothing happens. It's just an endless rows of letters saying the danger's coming. In a galaxy far, far away, I have 30 copies of Dragon's Approach. I will cast them eventually. Obosh is a companion because it's funny. Okay. So let me break it down for you this way. There are 2 paths you can take when you do Dragon's Approach. When you do Dragon's Approach, either your plan is, I'm going to kill you with Dragon's Approach damage, or I would like to utilize the Dragon's Approach tutor ability to kill you with dragons. There can be a little bit of overlap, but you do have to pick which one I am locked in on. Because if you want to cast a ton of copies of Dragon's Approach, this should be a Storm deck. It just should. Like, we need to have ways to refill our hand. We need to have ways to cast multiple Dragon's Approaches per turn. We need to have, like, cost reducers, mana floaters, spell copiers, other damage doublers. There's like a million things we can do, but we gotta do that. We gotta do that if we want to kill people with Dragon's Approach damage. Because I'll tell you what, spending 3 mana, then 5 mana to begin doubling the damage. Wow! I'm mostly locking in on the damage angle, hence the Obosh. Are you open to changing commanders to somebody who doesn't suck ass? It's going to be a very critical junction. Do we need... Is the commander being dog shit a deep part of this bit, or can they help? I have floated a Jund build of this list using Vile Smasher / Galanra. Jund was in my mind. Jund is only if you want to do Dragon Tutoring. If you wish to kill people with the damage, I would highly recommend Grixis, because Grixis is what's going to give you access to spell copying, more spell reusing, more ability to draw off of casting spells, yada da 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 da. You know, you're going to be able to do more spell slinger stuff in Grixis. Yeah, actual card draw, not I fucking chuck my pocket watch at the wall and hope for the best. I do agree with chat. This is probably our guy. Vile Smasher Sakashima is a good Grixis pair. We are already smoking enough crack. I don't know if we can do Carmella because we have to be... is our commander not included in the things have to have odd mana values? then yeah, we can't do. Then Cormella. Then Cormella's out. I do think Angelo's the guy. What are options for Grixis commanders? Let's go look. You could do Nekusar literally just to draw more cards. You could do Kefka to draw more cards. You could do Anala, which wouldn't really do anything for you. Saruman is the wrong mana value. Wrong mana value. We're talking about Angelo right now. You could do Marchesa, but I do not believe Dragon's Approach commits a crime. There is Abaddon, which is kind of cute. We can't do him. She doesn't do anything. Can't do her. We could do Malcolm. That's so lame, though. No, I won't let you. God, you could do Krark. No, you can't. He's 2 mana. It's 4. Okay. Davros? What the hell does Davros do for us? Well, he does. This guy doesn't even work for the mana value. Florian is downright fine. So here are your good options to do this terrible, terrible game plan. If you do Angelo, you can potentially copy your Dragon's Approaches out of the command zone, and it's going to give you the colors to get you more card draw. If you do Abaddon, that is the funniest option. The main problem with Abaddon is the most common spell that you are going to cast is Dragon's Approach. So if you have dealt damage, if you've dealt 3 damage with Dragon's Approach, spells you cast with mana value 9 or less will cascade. And then you go, ahaha, I Dragon's Approach again, and then I cascade. But we can only find things that are 2, 1, or 0. And because we have Obosh, the only thing we can have in the deck is 1. And I doubt that we will have enough 1-drops for that to feel like particularly valuable. Like, I'm trying to fucking imagine what the hell we're cascading into that was worth putting in the background. Yeah, we find Soul Ring. And then we have to go through, and then like we also, because this is going to be a casual deck, we also have to consider the issue of I then have to cascade every single time I cast a fucking spell. So the Obosh restrictions fuck that up. Also, Voice of Madness, thank you for the 6 months at tier 1, my friend. They cascade based on mana value. How about Rakdos Rowan, Scion of War? You could probably do that, yeah. Then then I think the issue becomes, can't we do Megatron? Are you guys just saying words at me now? We're trying to help here, right? So an even CMC Mardu Commander already out. And then we're talking about artifacts. Depend, go to sleep. Go the fuck to bed. How are you paying life with Rowan is the question. I don't think that's a very difficult question to answer because all I'm doing is I bring every version of a Phyrexian arena type effect because I don't have to pay a lot. That's the upside of doing Dragon's approach. Like, if I only take one off of the cost, happy. If I take 2 off of the cost, I am fucking tap dancing. If I take 3 off of the cost, I'm not even happy anymore because I can't do anything with the 3. So you could go Phyrexian Arena, there's Requiem Monolith, there is Black Market Connections, there is Darkstar Augur, there is you can't do Sign in Blood, don't quote me on this bullshit. But if we had odd mana value things, if we have an odd mana value thing that was like draw card, lose life. So I think we swap to Rowan. We swap to Rowan, and then the support cards we need. DMC, thank you for the 100-bit cheer. Risky shortcut, perfect. I hate to admit, actually good. I hate to admit, risky shortcut is now one of your favorite cards. Congratulations, I'm sorry. Congratulations, I'm sorry to tell you. There we go, read the bones. We reading bones. We risking shortcuts. We making it happen. Unholy Annex. Yeah, 5 and 3. So the life loss doesn't help us here because it's happening on our end step, but it is an odd mana value card draw engine. Oh, Annex counts as 8? That's fucked up. Oh, because it's putting them together, so it's 5 and 3 is 8. That's unholy. Okay. Either way. Can I do mana value equals odd? Oh, I love you. Okay. Colors equal to or less than red, black. Virtue, hold on. Hi, baby.
Hi.
Okay, baby.
Love you.
I think this is the big heater for us. Don't worry about what I'm doing. I'm moving. I'm moving mysteriously, you motherfuckers. Oh, you looked up Boros. No, I didn't. No, I didn't. MLP, it is similar to Florian's effect. The difference is Florian's effect is not good enough to put in the command zone for this. Florian limits us to 1. If I do this, provided I have the cost reduction, I can just keep going and going and going and going and going. Press back arrow then? Okay. I'm pressing back arrow on you being part of this Twitch channel. Thank you, Lemon. DMC, thank you for the 100-bit cheer. And the shotgun list of cards the deck needs. Rubes, I would not do it. I don't like mechanical kindred decks for the most part. Okay. Let me start looking at these cards. Oh yeah, sure. Reasonable graveyard hate. I don't even like Wall of Blood here, TBH. I know it fits in the Obosh restriction. I know we want to pay life. We have so many ways to pay life and draw cards that I just don't give a fuck about being able to pay more. Honestly, I just can't stand pile of cards that are good. Kindred just feels cool. That's so interesting because that's what I think about with Kindred. Like, that's why I don't like Kindred, is because I don't like pile of cards that are good. Because when you pick a Kindred, there's just not that many good cards for each individual creature type. And so when you go like, oh, I want to play elves, you are locked in. You are playing every good card that says elf on it. If you say experience counters, not even a creature type, you are now locked in on every good card that says experience counters on it. Like, the Kindred decks are the auto build, in my mind. Anyway, what's up next? No, we don't. We're overemphasizing paying life. What we need to be worried about is getting cards in hand and mana in hand. If we get cards in hand and mana in hand, we will find a way to lose life. This deck does not get, like, the way this deck is going to be different from other Rowan decks is we are not playing cards that just say lose life just to lose it. This one's kind of funny, though. This one's kind of funny. Oh, it's even. Fuck. Fire Covenant's good. This way we can pay life, do some removal. Descent into Avernus is good. Everybody's favorite. Group Hug. No, for the same reason. And then, sure, land, we can pay life. My goal this stream was to have the moments of, oh, it's even, fuck, so I'm glad we got there. Perfect. So then what we want to do is... I'm getting a tag wrong. There we go. Okay. So we talked about this one, Scrawling Crawler doesn't actually help us because we want us to lose life too. You get Painful Truths, which is going to be 2. You could Infectious Inquiry just to piss everybody else off. You can Dire Sight. We're not doing vampires. You could Blood Gift Demon. That's so fucking stupid. You could Saizon! Oh, finally a deck where I would accept Saizon, Perverter of Truth. Transpose would genuinely be fucked up too, making these little... At the power level this deck is attempting to play at, I don't think we give a fuck about letting other people draw cards to be 100 with you. To be totally 100 with you, we are deep in the minds of bracket 2. We are trying to run 30 copies of Dragon's Approach with Obosh in the goddamn companion zone because it is funnier than the command zone. We're good, all right? Wheel of Misfortune is good. We can't do Thrumming Stone because it would actually... Oh, fuck, it's 5. I don't think you should do this. I think Thrumming Stone in this deck is the difference between stupid and bad and Slot Machine that is either terrible or instantly wins. Like, it's incredibly underwhelming. It is incredibly sauceless. It is like it is genuinely, it's funny one time. It's funny one time, and then after that it's just like, oh, if you play Thrumming Stone you win, right? Okay, let's play the next one. I've seen these decks played. I've considered building these decks myself. This is this is like, we're so deep in the cooking process that we are picking up random pine cones and shaving them onto the pasta. Yeah, so I agree. No Thrumming Stone. We have all these other super bad and funny cards. Now, I did say no Thrumming Stone. I am gonna say yes on Bergie. Let me look at Vivi's persistence. Nope, even. Gotta be odd for Obosh. Nope, fuck, it's even. Can't do Saga Urabrask, he's 4 mana. I recommended Darkstar Augur already. Ooh. Electro would be... because he gets doubled by Obosh as well. Then I do agree with Dark Tutelage. And then... Galvanic Relay can get pretty fucking crazy. Ooh, that would get pretty fucking crazy. We don't need tutors. We have 30 tutors. We do not need any tutors. So this is what I would do, is I would try to build for a, like, slap 20 cards off the top of my library and just hope I get to cast them all. Hold on. Fuck, it's even. No, it's even. Fuck. Son of a bitch. Son of a bitch, man. God damn it. Horrifying. Gotta cut Obosh, bummer. Real heartbreak hours. We gotta kill the whole premise of the deck. We have Descent already. So yeah, I would say the things you can tell to go fuck themselves are Weaver, even Inscription, Goblin Slide. You can keep Sedgemoor for chump blockers. Fuck Embermaw. Fire Servant's fine. Fuck Mechanized Warfare. Fuck Pain God, that's rude. Fuck Pain Magnification. I'm assuming you're hot for all these dragons, so I'm not going to push back on them. Fuck Theater of Horrors. Sure, this is all fine. Okay, and then we do have a good number of the draw effects. Fuck Infernal Idol right now. Go get your goddamn Phyrexian. Go get your goddamn Phyrexian Arena, put it in the bag. And then you can keep your 30 Dragons Approaches. and then we get a lot of hard draw engines, we get Rowan, and we try to cost reduce our Dragon's Approaches to cast like 3 to 4 in a turn. And then I think we're good. Right now, this is patently ridiculous. I do want to see how bad it is. Oh, fuck. Okay, there we go. Draw. Tapped land. Turn 2. Nothing. Turn 3. Goblin Slide, you dumb motherfuckers. Demo field, Dragon's Approach. I get to make 1 goblin. Fear me. No fucking land. I Dragon's Approach. I make a 2nd goblin. What are you dumb assholes gonna do now? I Dragon's Approach. Welcome to the motherfucking Fitnessgram Pacer test. I Dragon's Approach. Turn 7. I now get my first dragon. I have not seen my 5th land. Fuck it, I get Balefire Dragon because I hate my friends. Y'all know the fucking moves. Dragon's Approach. Oh, I need a 5th, so I don't get Balefire yet. Next turn, I get Balefire. Turn 8, I get my dragon. So, like, 3 damage to every opponent every turn is really... It's really not the end of the world, but I do think we need to be higher on filling our hand and higher on the potential of casting more than 1 Dragon's Approach a turn. Because all that's happening, by the time you cast the 2nd Dragon's Approach, the table knows what's up, and they're just going to beat you to death, and the fact that you have 4 1/1s is not going to stop them. That's my final opinion. That's my final opinion on that part of it. Like, I do think we have to build up to a much more violent, you know, okay, this turn I'm casting 3. I'm not winning the game in 1 turn, but I'm going to go from not a threat to I'm going to pop out and show you best of luck. Right now, I think we're deep in the ragu. We're deep in the ragu. 4 1/1s is not a board state, even in bracket 2. Even in bracket 2, this is not a legally acceptable board state. But that is my express recommendation, Marine. I hope you enjoyed. Thank you very much for submitting. DMC, thank you for the 100-bit cheer. We have not seen the 5th land and will never be seeing the light of heaven. Very true. We're going to go to the manual ad break, and then White Bread, it is your time. Thank you, Marine. Yeah, the thing is, bracket 2 Stompy decks have better board states and are putting out more damage. Like, they're just gonna hit you. They're gonna be like, oh my god, you did 12 to me? That's crazy. Galta also has a power of 12. Curiouser and curiouser. Wendy's Baconator, thank you for the 3 months at tier 3. Welcome back to the dog home. Just got back from 5-year anniversary, married, and so glad I get to be with my real true love. I'm so happy to hear that, Wendy's Baconator. Can people do hearts in chats? That's less than 3, by the way. It's one of these. Senior Spelunker, am I still on the schedule for today? You can be, but we got to do White Bread first. I'm going to go eat pasta. We're going to vamp for 2 minutes, and then we're going to get White Bread. Yeah, Spelunker, my background logistics are best summarized as non-existent. So if I reschedule with you in a previous stream or in Discord or something, I'm really just waiting for y'all to say something during the stream. I had half of the people going today written down ahead of time. This is improv, baby. We're doing it live. All right, so white bread, then senior spelunker. I'll be right back. Okay. Questions on the stack. Aegis Athene, thank you for gifting a sub to Senior Spelunker. From MLP. I'm in uni still and suffering terribly from anxiety of writing any sort of academic text, essay, or paper. Given that I'm an English major, that obviously sucks. Any advice? Yes, and I'm going to give this advice in the context that it's something I still struggle to put into practice myself. But the best advice I've ever gotten about script writing, which is where this comes up for me, is write really badly and as quickly as you can. Most people, me included, are much better at rewriting than we are at writing. This idea has been echoed by a number of authors. It's been echoed to me by Prof in terms of scripts. Perfect is the enemy of the good is another presentation of this, but we are really good at identifying when something is crap and finding ways to improve it, and we're really bad at creating good from nothing. A one of the mantras that I repeat to myself all of the time is move your fucking hands faster. The reason that, and you will have a life experience that gives you your version of move your fucking hands faster. But when I was in college and I was a rower, I was trying really hard to keep up with Olympians. I was failing, but other people at my college had represented their countries in the Olympics and then were coming to row with me in college. And that was the level I was aspiring to. And I was in a boat with these guys one day, and I was fucking it up. And the guy in front of me is this Australian guy. He turns back and he's like, John, why are you fucking up the finish? You have to move your hands faster. And I started telling him, like, I'm trying, man. I'm just not good like you guys. I just don't have it like you guys yet. And he's like, I didn't tell you to be good. I told you to move your fucking hands faster. And I think that type of attitude has helped me through a lot of freeze situations like this. Even if you do feel like whatever you wrote down is genuinely fucking useless, okay, how do you make it less useless? Nothing is more useless than nothing. Like if I like, let's talk about an example of writing down something that's fucking useless. And the example I'll use is beginning to write a script for talking about the bracket system changes, because my thoughts this time around were much more complicated, and a lot of my early thoughts felt like they were not very useful. I was writing shit down like, come on, man. I was writing shit down like, I hate bracket 2 because I think it's stinky and for losers. Real example. Is that going to work in a YouTube video? Not one that I'd be proud of. Does it really give me anything to work with for the YouTube video? Not on a deep level. But the use that I got out of this sentence was to then go, why stinky? You know, why stinky? Why is it for losers? And then by elaborating upon those thoughts, I'm able to get to something useful. And so if you, like even if you go make thing and you go, I have identified this thing as useless. Your next question should be, why is it useless? Because if you ask yourself, why is the thing I made not doing anything, you can likely get to a point of, because it does not address X, or because it does not present an argument. And from that point, you can then present a shitty argument. There is always a pivot you can make when you have any type of product in front of you. There is always a knob you can turn. There is always a criticism you can level at it that will allow you to turn it into something that is more useful to you than it currently is. And so I would write as badly as you can, as quickly as you can, and just hit some arbitrary word count or paragraph count or sentence count, and then look at it and be very critical of it, and try to write down your criticisms and frame them in the like, well, this is bad because it's not thinking about this. It's bad because it's not applying this thing. It's bad because it's not considering this angle. It's bad because it doesn't have an angle. Like if I had gotten stuck on, if I had gone, I hate bracket 2 because it's stinky and for losers, and I was unable to get more granular into why is it stinky, I would have just gone argue why bracket 2 is good. I would just argue the inverse to get myself into the mindset of making an argument. Boss, I just saw a Cybertruck with a vanity license plate that said Skibbity, and I need others to know about it and join me in my pain. God, that sucks. God. And what I would also do, we have not talked about hybrid mana yet, Naraki. We got to move kind of quickly because I had more makeups today than I intended. So this will be a longer stream than normal, which yay. Another thing I would do is when you're trying to practice this, I would time yourself for the first draft. Because what you are going to do is you're going to be like, I'm going to try to do this. You're going to sit down to do it. And then every sentence, you're going to get in your head a little bit more. Every line, you're going to be like, well, I could go back and change this. And then I can, and then that makes this flow a little bit better. And you're going to like work yourself into a lather trying to make it good. And then you're going to go, well, this is still useless. Fuck all this. I hate it. The last 2 to 3 weeks of my commander roasts have been written in under 15 minutes. That is the limit I have set myself on. I give myself 1 hour to get the video to a point where it can be exported and posted on my channel. I give myself 15 minutes to write all of the jokes. I then get 45 minutes to deliver them and play with them a little bit and improve them. But the ones that I have filmed under the 15-minute constraint have been received better and receive more praise than the ones I have spent days on. A few months ago, I was in the position of I would spend multiple hours trying to write a roast. I would be unhappy with it. I would come back to it the next day. And sometimes this would repeat multiple times and I would end up like 2-3 days of like time commitment to just coming up with stuff for the roast. Yes, Darebrain, thank you very much for the tier 1 sub for the 5th month in a row. I was in my head. And the last couple weeks, it's been, I think the longest I spent on a script itself the last couple weeks was the Jin Gitaxis roast that got published Friday. And that was 30 minutes in the back of an Uber. I put noise canceling headphones on and I was like, I am writing this. I just tamed a wolf in Valheim while you vamped. I'm going to name him after you. Hell yeah. So MLP and anyone who wants to apply this sort of thing to their own creative pursuit, set a clock for like 30 minutes. And tell yourself, I have to write this many words in 30 minutes. I'm not allowed to go back and edit. I am not going to have the time to carefully consider whatever I'm writing. I just got to get stream of consciousness level shit out there. And then I'm going to go back. Then I'm going to go back and revise it. And through the revision, I will figure out what am I leaving out? What am I focusing on too much? Okay, yeah. Be very conscious of your dislike. I feel like that kind of relates to comedy being about timing. If you spend hours perfecting a joke, even if others don't know, that can impact how you deliver it. That's true. I think for me, it's more of trusting myself to be funnier. In recent times, I've been writing a lot more jokes where I write it, and when I look at it on the page, I'm like, that is not a funny sentence. When I say it, it will be funny. And believing in myself to deliver those lines has been helping a lot. Because what I was getting in my head about is I was obsessing I was obsessing over the script, and I was obsessing over the idea of the writing being clever and the writing being funny on its own, and I just had to read it. And lately I've been getting more at peace with the idea of this is not going to be funny while written down, but it is going to be funny when I say it. And with all that out of the way, let's go to White Bread's deck roast. This is a spooky deck. I need your guidance, Mauld. The guidance of one who knows hate more intimately than I. This deck is meant to be the hatred deck. A deck meant to do some of the most hateful and spiteful activities that mono blue can produce. The pure, unfiltered hate of ending someone's turn in upkeep, putting everything they own back in their hand and slapping them with the fish. The purpose is to be hateful, keep things removed, and clone my Illuge to win the game through combat damage. However, I am lost. The deck is currently bracket 2, but my third eye has been open to the possibilities of bigger hating. And I need to know if I should grab at the chance to become bracket 3 by fucking the deck up with game changers like Expropriate. This was pre-update. Psych Ripped, Rhystic Study, and extra turns. I've seen it's possible. I need to know if I should. If not, suggestions to improve the deck as a bracket 2 build for more funny hating will also be nice. Okay, Illuge, fish time. I hate to say it, this should be bracket 3 instantly unless you have a friend pod. Why on earth does the fish deck have a content warning? Assfish, of course. Assfish, they got you. 40 lands, very responsible of you. So let me impress upon you again the difference, we've talked about it on this channel before, the difference between bracket 2 with friends and bracket 2 with Gen Pop. In bracket 2 Gen Pop, I doubt there is a spell in this deck that you could call considerate. Veggie has talked about this as well because he has an Illuge deck as well, and he was like, yeah, I had to stop playing it. Because even if you're not counterspelling, you're talking about doing hater shit, even if you're not counterspelling and you're like, ooh, I get 1 free blue mana, I'm going to cast Opt. The green player's just looking at you like... They're never going to be happy. And so if you want to commit to everybody disliking you, I would commit to doing it at bracket 3 where you can have a little bit more juice and you can be like, okay, real mask off, I'm taking extra turns, I'm fucking up your whole day. Hater Fish Protection Program. Holy fuck, dog. Okay. Sure. I don't really believe in blur and keep safe, and I'm going to explain why. I think this is a microcosm of the 5-tool player thing. I like Slip Out the Back quite a lot. I like March of Swirling Mist quite a lot. I'm also not huge on Essence Flux. The Flicker is a way to fizzle a targeted removal spell when you are in colors that can smack that removal spell out of their fucking hand. Now, when we compare these to other counter spells, the reason you might not want to counterspell something that's going to kill the fish is because it's a board wipe, and we don't like the other stuff on the board. But in that case, exiling it doesn't matter because it comes right back and then gets board wiped. So I want us to think about if it's a targeted removal spell, or if we're doing something that isn't counterspelling, I want it to hit both targeted removal spells and board wipes. Blinking's good for the ETB. Sure, I don't think it's that important. I genuinely, once you have 2 flood counters, I'm really not... We've already tied the game up at that point. But you are correct. And so that does make me feel better about like Essence Flux particularly, because then we can use the first free blue to get a second free blue. I get that. I love this. I love the Wop Sword. Hater Fish Repopulation Program. So we do have to break the legend rule, which is going to be a little bit tough for us. We have 5 good ones, a couple bad ones, but these spells are pretty good anyway. A ramp underwater? I doubt that. That sentence is so good that I'm almost overlooking the fucking Sky Diamond. Sure. This is hater shit. This is unreasonable. Do we have Jin Gitaxis in here? Like, what is... We have 10 creatures. Where's Jin? Where's the Tickler? Why are we realm breaking? The tree is hater shit that's a pet card. Alright, excellent. Diving for more hater shit, brother. Do I need to go to bracket 2? This is the fish deck. This is the deck that gets to go, oh, Mystic Remora's on theme. You still gotta go fuck yourself, I fear. Okay, telling time. Deliberate. Motherfucker. Card of course, sure. Seven mana, roll 2d8 and choose one result. Draw cards equal to that result, then you can free cast something equal to the other result. That, yeah, when I think of hater shit, I also think of tapping out to roll 2 dice, get 2 twice, and then yell fuck really loud. That's my bar for peak hater shit too. We're not even auguring? Come on. Come on. They were consulting star charts. It's in there. I think they're stocking up too. I saw the arts. Hold on. There's star charts. Here's stock up. I check. I got that, like, you know when Twitch streamers will like look at cleavage videos and be like eye tracking test? I'm like that, but for stock up and star charts. I clocked those instantly. Instantly I saw those. So what other big instants and sorceries can we do? Yeah, Hippocamp's reasonable, Brain Surge reasonable, Telling Time, sure. Okay, hater shit. Counter all of their spells is pretty funny. Yeah, Aetherize is great. Capsize with buyback is great. The charm is awesome. I'm liking this. Discontinuity is fucking excellent. For each creature attacking you or a planeswalker you control, put a token that's a copy of that creature onto the battlefield, blocking that creature. I'm, Hold on. We will return to your deck in a moment. Come on. There we go. Okay. Anyway. Deck tech incoming, by the way. Deck tech incoming. If you want to absolutely style on these motherfuckers, you play Spin into Myth in this deck. Oh, that's really funny. That is really, really funny. That's good, good hater shit. Spectral Deluge, also reasonable. Aether Snatch is alright. Okay, things I would genuinely recommend for you. I have never had this not work for both. Genuine. I will mulligan it out of opening hands, but as long as it's not in my opening hand, at any point I draw this card, I get to do both things. And this is pretty good hater shit. It's not a counterspell, for sure. I've never had it work for both yet. Oh my god, you play with horrible players. That's terrible. That makes sense then. If it's not working in your pod, don't worry about it. Alright, let me see the timeline we're currently operating on. No lands, I love it. One land, gotta be on top. Not on top. Gotta be on top. It's on top, hell yeah. Gotta be on top. God damn, dude. Turn 4, a luge comes down. Flood counter. So I can slip out the back if I need to. Play the Wop Sword. Swing my 1/1. Put a flood counter on. And then there's probably going to be a blocker situation, and so I probably have to slip out the back. Fuck me, dude. Go to my next turn. Island. Now I can start doing things. I have a 5/5 total. Go to combat. Flood counter. So now I get cost reduced by 3. I could Lorien Revealed. I could raise the Palisade as well. So if I raise the Palisade, nobody has anything. I have no more lands to do. Now I do. Flood counter, it's turn 7. What's the most heinous thing I can do? I'm cost reducing by 4. I can pay X equals 6 for Blue Sun's Twilight. Well, I could hit somebody. I have a 6/6. I could try to hit somebody. If I get combat damage off, I can then Blue Sun's Twilight for X equals 6, copy it, and then I've stolen 2 things. And then on other people's turns, I can hold up Mana Drain, I can hold up Cryptic Command to get me some card draw. Ooh, and then I can go Mystic Sanctuary, get Blue Sun's Twilight back, and then try to do a little loopy there. How good is this one? Okay, ETB flood counter. We're getting lands this time. Swing a 2/2 somewhere with my flood counter on. I ask very nicely for nobody to kill me. Then I chart a course. It costs nothing, which is pretty nice. Then on someone else's turn, I pay 1 to Thirst for Discovery. I discard this land. Someone else's turn. I deliberate for no mana. Scry 2. That order is actually fine. On someone else's turn, I pay 1 mana. Oh, yeah, you can't be in bracket 2. You can't be in bracket 2 with this shit. This is all other people's turn 4s, by the way, chat. This is not me going turns ahead. This is player A, player B, player C, player D. Unless you are playing with a pod full of iPad babies who never want to interrupt you and don't even want to listen to you in the first place, this is a lot of interrupting. This is a lot of interrupting. Even if I trust you as a pilot, that is tough. Lulu, thank you for the $5 super chat on YouTube. I have an Illuge clone stacks for bracket 2 and Whitebread is my new hero. I did not know mirror matches game. Also, mass manipulation for maximum hate. I do think this is a relatively reasonable include, especially if you want your top end to be like, to be grime. So how do we... Okay. I think for cloning purposes, I would genuinely recommend Spider-Manning on it. Like, only Illuge Prime is going to get the benefit of Imposter Syndrome, but by the time you have 6 mana, you should have enough flood counters that you can still interact, even if you tap out to cast this enchantment. And then we can start pumping out 1 extra Illuge a turn. So we care about that. I'm wondering about Rite of Replication. Yes, Ishtars, the goal is multiple Illuges. What this deck wants more than anything is it wants to clone Illuge. I also think that's probably a reason to go for Helm of the Host. Because I think a undervalued thing in the deck list currently is once we get to turn 4, turn 5, we can tap out for bullshit. Helm of the Host seems big without any reducers for it. That's very true, and yet if you've played a Luge and you've swung a Luge 1 time, you now have a free counter spell every turn. And so this type of deck, you are I think you are genuinely comfortable going, turn 3, I play a Luge. Turn 4, I play Helm of the Host with no reduction. You try to kill a Luge, I counterspell you because I have 2 lands with flood counters. Turn 5, I equip a Luge. I tap out to do this. I still don't care because my card draw and my interaction is free. And then it's a free Illusion turn. The efficiency of Illusion's interaction reduction is buying you the space to pay for a giant fucking Star Wars helmet. In my mind. If the goal is, I want as many fish as possible. Because like right now, we're using Illusion's efficiency to try to cast bigger counter spells. But if we just kept interaction, that was payable with 2 mana, then we're allowed to play, we're allowed to spend the rest of our turns tapping out for ridiculous dog shit because I still get to interact. I'm not actually tapped out. It's the same thing as the VV. Same thing as the VV play. Or like pretend instead of Gale's redirection, we have Helm of the Host. I cast Helm of the Host. Table goes, oh my god, we can't let him do that. I counterspell you. Let's say somebody else had had another removal spell, and they get killed. I recast Deluge, add a counter. They go, oh my god, we can't let him do that. Nope. Fish slappy slappy time. Now I'm getting ETB triggers, and then at that point, like, Sublime Epiphany becomes free, Will of the Temur becomes free, Inundate becomes free. Like, the upside of getting it equipped is so high that I do think it's worth at least trying. When your primary win con is I beat you to death with a fish. Man, you talked a big fucking game about turn 3 illusion. That shit is not happening. That shit is not happening, brother. Yeah, chump blockers is a big headache. You may want to put Wonder in here, because we do have a fair amount of draw and discard. Blue Pangy, I don't think spiking the flood counters is that necessary. I think once we have 3 flood counters, we're basically good for the whole game. Okay. Guess what you're doing now? Now you're running Surprise and Scary. Now you're running Depletion Lands. We need this turn 3 Illuge, Brother Bear. It's happening. It's happening. It's like pretty bad. I'll be totally real. It's pretty bad. It does have a little bit of blink, yes. So what else could we put in that's going to be like hyper hateful? Ooh, we have forgotten. Somebody has not been playing their Brawl rep. Somebody has forgotten the most hateful spell in all of Magic. That's a good meatball right there. I fucking love Coastal Erosion, bro. I fucking love Coastal Erosion. Turn 3 Illuge, free counterspell just on your commander, though. If we want to wage psychological warfare, fuck, that's funny, but I feel like I'll actually be shot in my sleep. We're talking about Expropriate, dog. You're good. You're good. We have Imprisoned in the Moon, yes. Oh, that's good. Oh, this is lovely. Counter target spell unless controller pays X. If they don't, they tap all lands with mana abilities and empties their mana pool. Hey, what if not only you didn't get that spell, what if you shut the fuck up? What if you shut up for the turn, Howie? Yeah, this is what I like to see. Pay up! It's a loan shark! It's a loan shark! I'm sorry, I freaked out. It's a lone eel. It's a lone eel. Okay, the loan shark bit actually convinced me to maybe try it. Yeah, like I think we... Are there any blue spells with Spree? I doubt it. Okay, there's Metamorphic Blast. There's Jailbreak Scheme. Phantom Interference is really bad. So there's really just Metamorphic Blast and Jailbreak Scheme. Can I convince you to do this? So this is a it's sorcery. Fuck. Well, we already have 3 steps ahead. So that's why I'm not considering that one right now. God, Metamorphic Blast is so fucking funny though. Yeah, it being instant speed, because like the situation I'm imagining is play a luge, swing a luge, I free cast turn your blocker into a 0/1 and kill it with my fucking 2/2. I don't think no losing abilities is that tough of a sell. I think Metamorph I think the first time you catch your table with Metamorphic Blast, they respect you more for your whole life. You're doing non-consensual substitution jutsu. Cause then you can be like, hey man, I'm gonna swing at you. Please, pretty please. Oh god, Mystic Reflection is also so rude. That's like a bad card, so we have to take out another bad card for it. I think Arcane Endeavor should become Mystic Reflection. I think this is one of the best hater cards in all of Magic the Gathering. This has even worked for me in Ranked Pioneer. Arcane Endeavor has done me so good, you gotta put in an argument. You've rolled a 7 once. I can't argue against your bad memory. I mean, listen, drawing a lot of cards is good. Realistically, I've rolled 8 twice, thank you very much. Okay, you cheat at dice, then yes, you should run Arcane Endeavor. Bro is gambling fallaciously at me. I do not think we need Unable to Scream or Dress Down. Unable to Scream is not an instant or sorcery. Mystic Reflection is just so fucking rude, though. My god. Okay. Let's separate this into mechanical additions and funny additions. Power Sink, Mystic Reflection, and Wash Away, I think, are rude pickups that you are missing out on. I think these cause meaningful psychic damage to anybody you resolve them against, and I think the table will laugh the first time they are cast. Don't need this. And then I think the same goes for, what was that fucking card? The Spree card. Metamorphic Blast, I think also has potential for that. I think things you are sleeping on is Helm of the Host, Aminatu's Augury. I think you do have the mana to tap out to pay full price for Helm of the Host. I think Amanatu's Augury is just a very good card. For things you could drop to make room for game changers, I think you can drop Fairy Mastermind. He has Flash, but he doesn't, like, he's not an instant or sorcery, and so you're not cost reducing him. You're never going to pay into this fucking ability. If you need to draw cards, you can use instants on other people's turns instead of him. So I would say he could go. Blur could probably go as your most expensive flicker spell. I think Archmage Emeritus could probably go. This is like a win more setup card when your deck should already be able to draw a fuckload of cards. I think Flow of Ideas can go. Again, very cute card, but if you're looking for room for things like Expropriate, Will of the Temur is probably fine. And Arcane Endeavor is also on the chopping block for that. For me, this is a spell that might be hot, and we're comparing it to spells that are going to be hot every single time. And then in here, what can we get rid of? I think Gale's Redirection is on the weaker end of this. I think you have to keep Discontinuity. I think Spectral Deluge, if we're being real, probably just becomes Psych Rift. And then I think another thing, yes, thank you for that reminder, Logical Man. Very good card. Just generically, somebody attempts to remove a luge. Hey, what if for no mana, I actually got a removal spell and you put that shit away? Am I casting Amanatu's Augury? What if instead I got to keep it in my hand? We definitely do not need to counterbalance. So I think this is the first time I am going to, with love, put you in the containment zone. I do think this type of deck should go into bracket 3, because if it is ever working, like, your primer just reads, I want to breathe all the air in the fucking room. And if you're playing with friends who like you and want to be dickheads, great. If you're not, you will be shot on sight. So Whitebread, go forth and hate with my blessing. Play Helm of the Host. Thank me later. We're going to go to the manual ad break, and then it's time for Senior Spelunker. Okay. We have one more ride on this Ferris wheel today. Why are we talking about Ashiok? Oh yeah, Grumpy Dude. Speaking of vamping, did you ever get the final stats of the subathon together? I was just curious on your thoughts of how it went. Also, where am I on the post-it board? Thanks. We do have to redo it. Some have been falling off. I do kind of like seeing who hangs on the longest. Oh, Grumpy Dude, you might have weak hands. Hold on. Sable, Spooky, Zixfer, Nina, Pancake, Aitsu, Rebel, Coyote, Lictor, Scarlet, Shy, Helios, Elendal, Mevlar. Ah, Grumpy Dude. That's where you are. You're that pink one. My hands are very strong. I like men. Thank you. Okay. No, I do not have the final stats of the subathon together. I consider it a great success in execution and a great failure in planning. I think that I'm still not 100% on whether I think the Variety Games queue was a stroke of genius or a worthless disaster. Well, not worth it, or a, like, financially prudent disaster. White bread, yes, I do. I think a lot of people wanted to participate in the Variety Games queue. I think that is positive. I like it when people want to participate in the things I'm doing on this show. We're still clearing things from the queue, and there was the Variety Games queue from the subathon. For anybody who lacks context, I won't bore you for too long. During the Twitch subathon, you could donate 20 subs and get me to play a game of your choice for an hour. That was the redeem that had the highest mismatch of expectation and delivery. I hate that. I don't care that it's a subathon. I don't care that it's live. I don't care that things are expected to go wrong. I cannot stand when what I am delivering is out of sync with what people are expecting when I am the one setting that expectation. I worry a lot about customer satisfaction from deck roasts. Since I'm talking about this, if you've ever gotten a deck roast from me and you did not like it, please let me know via email. Please let me know. I want this to be good as a show. I want this to be good as a thing for me to do fiscally. I want this to be a thing that every time you do it, you're like, this was worth it. This was worth it. If you've ever done it and you felt that it wasn't worth it, please let me know why so that I can change how I do this. But anyway, for the Variety Games queue, it was just rife with like, okay, I'm going to donate subs. We're going to set up this game 1 hour, which is the amount of time that I was promising, was enough to get out of the tutorial and not really do much more with it. Or if I didn't like the game, the crestfallenness. Zerthro Shack, I'm still fucking doing it. We haven't done Into the Breach yet, but we're still fucking doing it. We ain't backing out of any of this shit. I'm just, when we sell it in the future, it's probably going to be more expensive, and there are probably going to be way tighter controls on the type of game we can do. Because some people asked for like Elikman, and we're still going to do a playthrough of it with Z, but like Elikman asked for a Final Fantasy game, and when we did the 1 hour of it, it was genuinely just title screen simulator. And when we did Destiny, it was title screen simulator. I think Baldur's Gate 2 was one of the funniest ones. I'm not going to set up a pre-existing list. I think the rule I'm probably going to set is nothing AAA. Has to be an indie game. And I'm probably going to institute a file size limit. Because things that were good, Peglin, Got into it very quickly. I crashed out hard. I didn't like it, but it was entertaining. Baldur's Gate 2. I was really bad at it, but I was able to get into it basically immediately. Jazz Jackrabbit 2. Didn't like it. I was in it and crashing out instantly. Ultra Kill. Very good. Risk of Rain. Very good. All these things that I could jump into, start doing games. I think the pinnacle of games that I do not want to repeat are Destiny and Disco Elysium. Those are the two that I am looking at as archetypal. Never let this happen again. Establish rules such that it's not going to happen again. And so I think the rules about that are probably no narratively driven games. Like, I think that's the real problem with Disco Elysium, is I don't have time to engage with it in a genuine way. It's a very long game, and it's a reading heavy game. And then Destiny, very action heavy game, but there's so much setup, there's so much grinding. Portal 2 was okay. Portal 2 had a story, but I was also able to like play a lot of Portal 2 in 1 hour, so that's fine. The ones that I don't want to repeat at all are yeah, let me pull up the sheet. And then Senior Spelunker, Proof of Life, please. Which one are we not repeating ever? Warframe as well. Even though that's a game I have played in my free time. Destiny 2. And then Disco. Yeah, that's the triad. That's the trifecta of the buy-ins. The buy-in required by these three games was like did not mix with doing a 1 hour sponsored stream. Firecrafted, I am not sure. Oh, true. I think Final Fantasy X is like close fourth, but these are the top three. Destiny 2, Warframe, Disco Elysium. That's the like, cannot repeat. Okay, let's grab Spelunker's deck. Spelunker, did you win a raffle? If you won a raffle, please make sure that is posted in the Dear Mall. You did it already and you tagged me. Thank you very kindly. Melek 2, Electric Boogaloo. So this is Dr. Punch. His power is equal to twice the number of instants and sorceries in our graveyard. He's 5 mana, but he cost reduces the first instant or sorcery we cast each turn by 3. ADA compliance. So here's our ramp section. Horribly bad. Horribly bad and no good. Glittering stockpile, big score, unexpected windfall. Man, that's not ramp. That's not ramp. That's a line of coke. It's a fucking... This is the, like, adrenaline needle from Get Him to the Greek. That's not... You can't pay for your commander with this mana. Big, dumb counterspells. Fucking... This is dumb! You have found a dumb counterspell. Devious Cover-Up. Counter something, but exile it instead. You may shuffle up to 4 cards from graveyard to your library. That hurts us! What? Instant. Choose one. Counter, choose new targets, or copy. That's like almost good. Access denied. Counter a spell, make Thopters. That. We're trying so hard. We're trying so hard to use Melik's benefit for as little payoff as possible. Swindle's good. No. Desertion. Counter something. If you counter an artifact or creature, put it onto the battlefield under your control. Yes. That's good. That's good. I like this one. Okay, counter a spell, get rid of all the other ones. Dragon approach players. Cower and terror. What's happening, bro? Counter lash. Okay, that's a little cute. I believe in it. Big splashy utilities. Wow! This one, dope. We're fucking past in flamesing to put delay counters on something. Coupons, sure. Other cost reducers. Goon machines. I know I'm a member of the committee, but that's a little suspect. No, Macy. No. Gooning is not sexual. Children can be goons. If they can hold a tire iron and they can hit somebody in the knees with it, they can be a goon. That is the point. Young Pyromancer is a goon machine because it is not a sexual term. It is a term of violence. It is a term of business. It is a term of a corporate hierarchy. They can wear a black wool hat. Thank you, Terrence. They can wear a black wool hat. They can hold a tire iron. They are a goon machine. Anyway. If you play a Relentless Rats deck, I hate you personally and individually. I like that they got a candid photo of you reacting to a Relentless Rats deck for the art of this. That's a nice touch. Imperial Conquest, yeah, that's all fine. Keep him safe. Sure. Mods, send them to the Shadow Realm. Dog. What if I killed myself to make you take 20 damage? Come on. Tectonic Rift. Oh, destroyed. Sure. 1 mana unblockability. Sure. Okay. Yeah, whatever. I like Gravitic Punch, actually. Okay, so we're doing a fair amount of unblockability. Sorceries, more like isn't-ints. Oh yeah? Well, what if I fucking cast Tectonic Rift on your turn, dumbass? What would you do then, you fucking idiot? Touch cards. Okay. Not unreasonable. You don't have stock up. We have instant speed kind of stock up. That's not too bad. Okay. Off of my first look, Spelunker, I do think we are ramping in the wrong way. Once your commander is really more than, I think 4 mana is like the hard line. I start to get a little bit wibbly wobbly about it when you have a 4 mana commander, but like 3 and 4 mana commanders, yeah, sure. We're doing 2 mana rocks, 2 mana ramp spells. Once we get above 4, you just gotta start playing some shittier cards. We got to get the Honda Civic engine, especially when your entire deck is based around, what if I took a terrible spell and tried to cast it because it cost 3 less now? I recently cut the diamonds for lands, and that was good, and now we should probably cut a little more stuff for like Thrawn Dynamo, for Worn Power Stone. The main gist of what I'm telling you now is we need more cards that are worth more than 1 mana. Not rituals, because if you do a ritual and then somebody shoots Melik, you abandon the game. Unstoppable Plan could not be good. Do not listen to Macy Hart. She is a member of the opposition. Macy Hearts has been PayPal'd $25 by the Relentless Rats player to trick you into playing bad and no good cards. So the types of things I would recommend are Power Stone, Hedron Archive, Thrawn Dynamo, there was one specific blue guy. Oh, whoop. Nobody saw that shit. I do not think we need the medallions. Apprentice Wizard. Check this fucking idiot out. Check out this dumbass. Look at that 3 colorless mana for 1. I love it. I think you could Deranged Assistant just because he gives you a mill card in as well. We do not want to artifact lock ourselves. Okay. It probably stops there. TBH. Wouldn't you want Chromatic Orrery? I mean, we could put it in, but the reason I stopped short of like Eternity Elevator is I don't think we want Artifact Ramp that is more expensive than our commander, because we're not going to be able to cheat it out. And we don't need to get fucking 15 mana. But like Glittering Stockpile, I would say should probably be Worn Power Stone. Commander Sphere should be Thrawn Dynamo. We should have Apprentice Wizard and Deranged Assistant in the deck, period. And we should probably have more things. Right now, this deck is exclusively things that are terrible that become okay because we have Melik. And I think we would benefit from a few more cards that are good, but then become awesome because they are cost reduced with Melik. So what I'm thinking of is like, this one won't work for you because your deck's mana curve is a monstrosity. Yeah, this looks like a failed architectural blueprint. This looks like the first draft of what somebody submitted for the Twin Towers. And the builders were like, dog, why the fuck aren't they the same height? That's true. If you love gambling, you could still dance with Calamity anyway. So other stuff that's going to be in the realm of like, wow, this spell's hot, and now it's crazy hot because it costs a little bit less. Think about it. Think about having 5 of a motherfucker. I don't want to seem unreasonable. It also seems like your primary win con is to beat people to death. If our primary way to beat people to death is Melik, who do we replicate? Fucking a better creature that we put in later. Could be Haughty Jin. Could be Murmuring Mystic. Could be Talrand. Could be Young Peasy. So one of our goon machines Storm Kiln, Haughty Djinn, Wizards of Thay, all of these would be fine. We have Chandra's Ignition. Or yeah, you can just point it at the player with Eldrazi's. That's true. This would also be a very good deck for Irenicus's Vile Duplication. 1 mana double Melek. And it has flying, so it will actually be able to kill people. I think other things we are missing out on is we should probably be milling ourselves more. We either want to be milling ourselves more or we want to be drawing and discarding rather than beholding the multiverse, rather than Chemister's Insight. Like, we compare all of these to Frantic Search, which I know, I'm sorry, it's a staple, I fucked up, forgive me. But we want more things that have flashback and can end up in our graveyard safely, whether we are frantic searching into them, whether we are doing faithless looting, whether we are doing like cathartic reunion, because we don't want Melek to come on the table as like a fucking 1/1. Right? I'm not being crazy. We don't want a fucking 1/1 in here. And so, about memories returning. That's bottom of library. That is upsetting. I don't think we need to worry about tutors right now. Even though Transmute's very cute for it. Like, let's see how this currently works. So we go, I draw, tapped land, bracket 2, I'm being fair. Play a land, do nothing. Turn 3, play a land, do fucking nothing. Turn 4! Play a land. So, oh, we can mystically retrieve fucking nothing, or we can Storm Kiln. I will Storm Kiln. Turn 5. Wowza. Fucking Melek? I cannot. He will die as a state-based action. Holy fuck. Holy fuck. Okay. So if it's a lot of waiting, I'm going to recommend even more so, you should go into mana rocks and big overhand swings, so that if your table is graveyard hating or if Melek is being stopped, your deck can continue functioning. Because right now this is very Melek based. You can look at all of these spells and you can be like, oh, this is worthless if I don't have Melek on board. And the way we can correct that and still make it feel like a Melek deck is we can, we're gonna have to start, we're gonna bring out the mirror, dog. You get this dumb motherfucker in the deck, and then we have things like Rite of Replication, we have things like Hit the Motherlode, we have things like Dance with Calamity. Hey, I'm about to put Mystic Retrieval, Dead in a Ditch, sit down, alright? See this card? 4 mana, get an instant or sorcery back? Fuck that. 7 mana, get an instant or sorcery back, board wipe everybody. Have some fun. Have some fun, dog. Get freaky with it. Mix it up a little bit. That's what I want to see. Because if graveyard hate is prevalent at your table, Izzet is not going to be able to defend effectively against that. And so the best thing we can do if we're doing bracket 2 is we have to build a deck that can continue, that functions better with our commander. Our commander is still the hero of the deck, but we need to build a deck that is going to function whether or not they're there. So Volcanic Vision is great for that. I might have 1 or 2 other big dumb ones. Memory Deluge, just a very good spell in general. Oh, Soulfire. That's the one I was thinking of. Soulfire Eruption. Choose any number of creatures, planeswalkers, and players. For each of them, exile the top card of your library, then deal damage equal to that card's converted mana cost to that permanent or player. Oh, that's true. Memory Deluge does get hurt by the discount. That is a shame. Then yeah, no Deluge. But Soulfire Eruption. This is the perfect example of a card that becomes 6 mana with Melek. Very, very fun. If we don't have Melek, but we do have all of our dorks, we can count to 9 faster than the other players anyway. And then we just hardcast it. I am down with Ensnared by the Mara. Oh yeah, Drawn from Dreams. This is gonna do it too. Then what else can we... I think this is also quite a playable card. Depending on what the composition of your table is like, most tables, we're not doing Heartless Hidetsugu. We are not doing Heartless Hitagetsu. It's not happening. That is a whatever card that is meaningless in the context of our deck and is just a like generic random damage go. Good night, Grumpy Dude. Thank you for coming by the stream. So we can do Insurrection. This becomes what, a 5 mana spell with our commander on board. I like that. We could do, if your opponents have good creatures, Clone Legion. Like, this is what I think you should be about. I think you should be about mana rocks and dorks, and then I think you should be about big fuck off spells and a couple medium fuck off spells that convert damage, that are better cast with Melek, but don't necessarily need Melek to be cast. And I would worry, like these coupons, I think the coupon should be ramp. I think you should just have more mana available to you. This is fine. No, Pastor. I am not plugged in enough with CEDH to keep up with their final streams. We do not want Storm of Saruman. We're not double casting. We're casting one spell every turn like a good boy. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm so happy. Hold on. We've finally found it. 18 times. I have refused to allow people to play this card. This is the Arcane Bombardment deck. The only problem with it is you probably move away from direct counterspells. You can keep some of them, but we don't need Fervent Denial. What we need is Sublime Epiphany. And I go cast Sublime Epiphany for 3. And then I get to do all this shit. But this is, especially if you switch over to the like ramp fueled game plan, Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. And this is each turn, so it will actually trigger off of our big dumb counterspells. Oh, imagine spell swindling every time you cast an instant in response to somebody else's thing. I do think Palantir of Orthanc works very, very well with the type of energy that I'm currently suggesting for you. But yeah, that is the... This is the process by which I think this deck will function in the way that you want it to. Because what we want to be able to do is I want to be able to cast big, dumb instants and sorceries. I want to be able to use my graveyard, but my table is graveyard hating on my ass. So funny. So fucking funny. And this way, even if they hate out Melek, I still get to do my game plan, but my game plan is always better if I have Melek. And then you still get to keep all these fucking all these fucked up cards. Or actually, you know what? I would say at least one of these. Double Strike Trample is just better than my opponent's creatures can't block. Accept that into your heart. Emperor of Palamecia. I'm not as sold on the non-creature only restriction, but it is very possible. It would probably work out. The bad thing is, this is a pretty successful deck on my pod, and when I travel for work and play with randoms, I mean, I don't doubt that it can be successful. You very much have the bones of, I don't pop off first, and so people leave me alone, and if you leave Haughty Djinn and a Mind Splice apparatus alone, you lose the game. I don't think the deck doesn't work, period. But I think that you are over-committing to areas that are not as effective. And there are areas that will be more effective and more fun. And that is the source of my earnest recommendation. Because, like, this is... Your game plan right now is, what if I skipped 3 turns and hoped everybody forgot about me? That's not a deck I'm ever building. Shout out to you for tearing up bracket 2 with it. But if you ever bring me a deck and you're like, Mauled from the mountaintop, what is your wisdom? My wisdom is always going to be, what can we do in the first 2 to 3 turns to be about the fucking action and make everything after that rip? Hell yeah, 1 land hand, no problem. No problem. No problem. I discard for hand size until turn 4. Who fucking cares? I'm gonna get him. Nobody knows I'm here. I'm like Drax. I'm straight Draxing it now. I'm not moving. They can't see me. Holy fuck. I will never fix my colors, but it doesn't matter. I land cycle for a mountain. Land, pass. Land, pass. I'm a fucking adult. Land, pass. I am a fucking adult. I foretell a card. Turn 5. I take my first game action. Wait, I can't because he's gonna be a 0/0. Okay. On turn 4, instead, I do not foretell this card. On turn 4, I hardcast this. So I would scry these 2. I will draw them. That's fine. On turn 5, I cast Melek. I have second action of the game. I have a 2/2 now. I have the discard for hand size. I'll discard change of plans because I'm tapped out anyway. I have a 4/4. Watch the fuck out, everybody. Alright, now I play a land. Now life can begin. Don't want to do that. Wow, and actually none of my colors are fixed, so I don't get to use most of my interaction. So I wait for somebody to do something. I Mystic Confluence. I counter a spell, I bounce something, I draw a card. I cannot use any other spells in my hand because I cannot produce a second colored pip. So I guess that means I would just go whole hog and double Mystic Confluence, and I bounce one more thing and I draw 2 more cards. Now on my turn, give me a pip. Give me a pip. That land's hot, by the way. I like Mirror Pool. Now I'm up to 6. Unexpected Windfall. I will discard Mystic Retrieval. Fuck this spell. Pass. Somebody chump blocks me. Now we're getting to the point in the game where I can start doing stuff. So like I can totally see why at a table where the average game length is like 9 to 14 turns, this would for sure take over. What I'm advocating for is not that you're doing it wrong. I think we can be doing it even more right. I think we spend a lot of time just playing hacky sack, and I hate hacky sack time. I can't stand it. A lot of the things you want to do on your top end, I am in love with. The idea of spell swindling a Galta makes me very happy. Counter Bore is incredibly funny. Counter Lash is incredibly funny. I like Hit the Mother Load. I like a lot of our endpoints. I think our path there is we're stumbling when we don't need to be. So that would be my recommendation. I think you are currently face down in the sauce bowl. No disrespect, Senior Spelunker. No disrespect. You showed up at the Olive Garden. They offered you a bowl of Alfredo sauce, and you just stuck your whole fucking head in there. I get it. I've been there. I've been there, and this has been my earnest attempt to drag you out. Is a cool deck. I do like the idea. It seems weirdly staple-pilled in some respects for how hipster it is in other respects. Like, we're both on Fervent Denial, and we're on all of the most common token makers in the history of Magic. But then we're on Soul Blast, which is funny as fuck. I thought that said Hispanic Dragon. I'm gonna be so real. So Spelunker, that is going to be it for you today. My earnest recommendation, give yourself more things to do in the first 3 turns of the game, such that when Melik comes out, you can either cast everything, or you can cast things even if Melik is not being successful. And I hope that I have key jingled with a few of the other like over-the-top funny things you can do. So thank you very much for submitting. I hope this was helpful. We are going to raid out for the day because it is 5 p.m. Who amongst the homies are live? Girls Play TV is live. We're going to raid them. Raid message. Let's see what this raid message is going to be. Macy, you're now banned. How dare you? How dare you talk about Heartless Hidegetsu like that? I think he hit them with the indestructible Justin rant. Drew, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the Doghouse. We're ready, Girls Play. Hit them with the indestructible Justin rant. Thank you all for being here. I will be live again tomorrow We didn't have time to talk about hybrid mana today, but Elk and I are doing a co-stream tomorrow where all we do is shit talk every other content creator being wrong about hybrid mana. I will see you there bright and early at noon. Thank you all for being here. I hope you're having a good weekend. And please remember to stay toxic. YouTube, that's just it for us, but I appreciate you being here.